Check.
Yep. That's good. Okay.
All right.
I've done it before.
One, one,
Yeah.
one, 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 two, one, two, three, one, two, one, two, three, one, two, three, four, one, two, three, four, one, two, three, four, one, two, one, two, one, two, three, four, one, one, three, throw, one, two, three, four, five, one, two, three, four, five, one, two, three, four, five. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three.
Could everybody find a seat so we can get started? You can, wherever you want. You can sit right here if you want, wherever you want. Yes. Good morning. We need to get started because we have such a full agenda today. We want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to hear. If you could take your seats. You all ready to go? Good morning. On behalf of Foreign Policy and our partners, welcome to Her Power. FP's inaugural Global Women's Summit. I'm Ann McDaniel, the CEO of Foreign Policy, and we couldn't be happier to have all of you here today. You're an incredible group of leaders, change makers, and advocates. And we are so grateful that you have chosen to dedicate your time and your energy today to sharing your ideas and expertise with all of us. Her Power, as you may know, is our newest flagship initiative. And it starts today, but it hardly ends today. We're dedicating an editorial channel on foreignpolicy.com to coverage by and about women around the world. We hope you're going to pay attention to it starting now and contribute to it. We've launched new original research projects on the role of women in government and business, which you'll learn more about today, and we're in the midst of planning future live coverage and convenings focused on bringing more women's voices to the foreign policy conversation, and those are needed. As you will see on your tables today, there's a short summary of the Her Power Index, which Allison Carlson will be telling you about a little later this morning. But the results are not what we would hope them to be. They show that though the majority of women and majority of graduates with bachelor's and master's degrees in foreign policy topics in recent years have been women, but the number of women in foreign policy jobs in the government has been declining since 2008. This is not what we want. We're excited to be collaborating on this event with several partners. The Organization of American States has provided this stunning room for us, an opportunity to be here, and we thank you very much. We're also collaborating with the OAS's Inter-American Commission on Women and the Inter-American Task Force on Women's Leadership. You'll hear a bit more about these groups later in the program. Additionally, we're joining forces with the IMF. As their annual meetings are kicking into gear, we're co-hosting this afternoon a special seminar with the new IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva. This will be Ms. Georgieva's first public appearance during the annual meetings, and more interesting, her first talk dedicated to the topic of gender. We're excited to co-produce this with the IMF, and that a number of you will be joining us for this seminar this afternoon. Last but not least, we are extremely grateful to the number of sponsors whose support today have made this event possible, and especially Visa, who is our presenting sponsor. So please join me all in thanking Visa. Now, just before we get started, I have a few housekeeping items. This event is being live streamed, and the video will be available after the event, so we hope you will share it with others. We want to ensure that the insights shared here today will ripple beyond this room, so please join the conversation on social media using the hashtag HerPower2019. It's noted on the signs on your behind me and on your tables, I believe. Also, the Wi-Fi, which is available to you today, is OAS Open. That's OAS Open. There's a tent card on each of your tables with information about the mentor who will be joining you for lunch today. We have a fabulous lineup of high-powered women joining us, and we want to thank them again for paying it forward and helping build a culture of mentorship woman to woman. There is simultaneous translation available for all of you who need it. Spanish to English and English to Spanish, as some of our speakers will be speaking Spanish. Right over here behind these two columns are the translating devices if you don't already have one. Finally, if you need any assistance today, you'll see lots of staffers around the room wearing a red FP badge. Please feel free to ask them for anything you might need. Now, without further ado, I pass this over to Alejandra Mora Mora, who is the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women with the OAS. Thank you so much, Alejandra, for being here.
Muy buenos días, un saludo afectuoso, muchas gracias por la introducción. Realmente para la Comisión Interamericana de Mujeres hacer una alianza con Foreign Policy es realmente una alianza estratégica. Es tal la violencia, la discriminación, las desigualdades que existen en contra de las mujeres que es imposible mover y transformar el mundo en soledad. De manera que la forma adecuada de hacerlo es trabajar en el marco de alianzas. Bienvenidas todas y todas. Realmente hoy es un espacio importante para conversar, reflexionar, preguntarnos por los liderazgos de las mujeres, por los acompañamientos de los hombres en estos procesos transformadores. Hoy queremos recuperar las voces de las mujeres, de cada una de nosotras. Las mujeres feministas hemos venido señalando nada sobre las mujeres sin las mujeres. Eso me parece que es hoy lo que estamos tratando de hacer, de colocar en el centro de la reflexión las voces, necesidades e intereses de las mujeres. Queremos inspirar, y esa es una palabra hermosa en estos tiempos, que la otra, lo que esté diciendo la otra, tenga que ver conmigo, me llame la atención y me promueva seguirla y entenderla. Tiene que ver sobre todo con una palabra particular y es buscar cambios. Lo que hemos venido señalando es que las situaciones en donde se recrean las discriminaciones están en el centro y en el quehacer de la cultura. Y por eso es tan importante transformar esa cultura. Y al final de la mañana lo que buscaríamos son compromisos individuales y compromisos colectivos en la búsqueda de estos objetivos. Hay una famosa mujer, escritora española, que se llama Amelia Valcárcel. Amelia dice lo siguiente: si la vida te la diseñan y no es habitable, cámbiala. Me parece que en esta frase hay tres elementos importantísimos del liderazgo y el objetivo del liderazgo de las mujeres. El primero es que si te la diseñan, y ese es un punto de partida, y es cómo ser las mujeres, las partícipes del diseño. Y por eso es tan importante estar situadas en los espacios de poder, tener una voz, tener un espacio para tomar las decisiones, para que ese diseño de la vida nacional, de la vida internacional, tenga que ver con nosotras. No es habitable es lo que da cuenta de que la vida de las mujeres tiene enormes brechas que están ligadas a que hacemos lo mismo y no nos pagan lo mismo, de que no podemos llegar a los espacios de toma de decisión, de que existen limitaciones para el acceso a lo financiero, de que somos las más pobres, de que estamos subrepresentadas en los espacios de toma de decisión. Esa es la realidad. Y el último de las palabras que cito de Amelia Valcárcel es cámbiala. Y vuelvo a reiterar que ese es el objetivo estratégico. Cuando hablamos de cambiar, es cambiar el método, es cambiar la receta, es cambiar la mirada, es cambiar los acentos, es cambiar simple y sencillamente por un mundo mucho más igual y mucho más equitativo. Las mujeres hablamos de igualdad no solamente para nosotras, aunque sí parte de nosotras. La igualdad tiene que ver con las mujeres que son afrodescendientes, las mujeres que son pobres, las mujeres que son indígenas, las mujeres que tienen otras necesidades. Eso está en el juego de la igualdad, pero también tiene que ver con que los hombres disfruten de esa igualdad, entendiendo de lo que estamos hablando y del objetivo final. Quisiera terminar señalando tres reflexiones que me parecen muy importantes. La primera es aprender a leer el contexto. ¿Qué está sucediendo hoy día? ¿Qué nos dice el mundo en relación con los derechos de las mujeres? Hay profundos cuestionamientos a lo que han venido siendo los derechos de las mujeres y ese contexto tenemos que tomarlo en cuenta. Hace 25 años las mujeres diseñamos 3 elementos que han sido la ruta de cambio de las mujeres. Se hizo la Conferencia de Viena, se hizo la Conferencia del Cairo y se hizo además un instrumento regional en el marco de la OEA, como fue la Convención sobre la Violencia contra las Mujeres. Hace 25 años definimos rutas estratégicas y hoy, porque corran tiempos complicados, no significa que no podamos seguir definiendo audazmente las rutas entendiendo este contexto. Hemos, para eso, usado medidas especiales y las medidas especiales son las medidas afirmativas. Hay toda una discusión en relación con las medidas afirmativas, si se contraponen o no a la meritocracia, a valorar los méritos de las mujeres. Y eso me parece muy importante ponerlo en la discusión, porque una cuota, una paridad de género no está en colisión con la meritocracia. Tiene que ver simple y sencillamente que nos puedan mirar, si no ni siquiera nos miran, y después que se valoren todas esas habilidades que tenemos las mujeres. Las cuotas habían sido el instrumento más importante de estas medidas especiales. Era colocar un número para que las mujeres estuviéramos en un cupo en los puestos de decisión. Sin embargo, hoy día el concepto más importante que hemos construido desde los derechos humanos de las mujeres es el concepto de paridad. Paridad ya no refiere a una cuota, paridad refiere a un tema de justicia, y es que si somos la mitad de la población, debemos estar representadas exactamente en esa misma dimensión. Pero además el concepto de paridad alude a otros elementos. El concepto de paridad alude a las condiciones del ejercicio. No se puede ejercer poder y estar sentada en una mesa tomando decisiones si hay violencia contra las mujeres, si hay unos ejercicios de poder para tratar de sacarla o excluirla de esos procesos. Y el último de los elementos que contempla la paridad, y me parece muy importante colocarla para que también sea parte de la reflexión, es que las mujeres tenemos años construyendo una agenda de mujeres. En esa agenda de mujeres hay cientos de elementos, pero uno de esos fundamentales es el tema del cuidado y cómo hacer una sociedad donde el cuidado tenga que ver con una corresponsabilidad, donde estén involucrados hombres, mujeres y el Estado. De manera que esas agendas deben de ser parte de los temas en los cuales se participe y se tome decisiones. Finalmente, me parece importante señalar que todos estos procesos en el mundo de lo privado o en el mundo de lo público tienen una importancia fundamental y por eso desde la Comisión Interamericana hemos apostado a la necesidad de traducir todas estas discusiones en políticas públicas que nos permitan que más allá de las personas el proceso continúe y se pueda exigir, o en instrumentos jurídicos como las convenciones, que nos permiten entonces colocar estándares y hacer exigible al Estado esta serie de reivindicaciones. Pues bienvenidas todas y todos. mujeres aguerridas y hombres solidarios que creemos en la igualdad y que hoy podamos contribuir para que un pasito más allá podamos ver la igualdad. Siempre señalo que en este tipo de espacios estamos hombres y mujeres privilegiados. Ahí afuera no están las mujeres privilegiadas. Son las que requieren de un impulso estratégico y de un marco importante jurídico para avanzar. Que disfrutemos hoy y que entendamos los compromisos que debemos asumir. Muchas gracias y buenos días.
In case you were looking for a translation device, more have arrived in case you need them, so please feel free to go over and get one. And now it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage our MC for today, the woman who's really most responsible for all of us being here, who put her heart and soul into her power for the last year, Diana Marrero, our Vice President of Strategic Development. Please join me in welcoming and thanking Diana.
Buenos dias, good morning. This gathering has been more than a year in the making, and still it could not be more timely. Here in the U.S., as we approach the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage, we have yet to see a woman in the Oval Office. And while women around the world have made great strides in business and government, we still have a long way to go to reach gender parity across the board. Over the last 2 decades, the rate of women's representation in national parliaments globally has doubled to more than 24% last year. But representation is still well below the 30% benchmark, often cited as the tipping point, where a critical mass of women can really start to make change. Research has shown that when a woman is at the seat, or when women have a seat at the table, they are more likely to work across party lines, help secure lasting peace, and prioritize health, education, and other issues around quality of life for their constituents. Reaching gender parity can be good for business as well. Closing the gender labor gap could add as much as $28 trillion to the global GDP by 2025. According to the Harvard Business Review, women represent a growth market bigger than China and India combined, more than twice as big. We'll be discussing all of these issues and more today with an impressive group of leading women in government, business, and advocacy. And I'm thrilled you all are here with us today. So let's dive right in. To kick us off, we'll hear first from Monica Ramirez, a fierce advocate for migrant women and children and the Latino community in the U.S. Monica is the founder and president of the Justice for Migrant Women, and she's a longtime organizer and attorney who has represented countless farm worker women dealing with sexual violence, harassment, and discrimination at work. Her 2017 Dear Sisters letter, published in Time magazine, helped spark the Time's Up movement. Monica, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Diana, for having me here with you. I want to talk about movements from the ground up. I've been building movements from the ground up since I was a young girl. And my movement building really began from understand what it means to not be seen, to be heard, and to be erased. You see, when I was 14 years old, growing up in the small rural Ohio town where I still live today, the daughter and granddaughter of migrant farm workers who traveled across this country picking and packing the fruits and vegetables that we eat, later to settle in Ohio, where many of the Latinos who live in my area now live because they too settled out of agriculture. And as a 14-year-old girl, having been surrounded by other community members who lived that same experience of traveling the country to pick and pack the fruits and vegetables that we eat, I understood for the first time what it meant to be erased. One Saturday in June, I opened up the newspaper in my town, and there was a huge headline that said, "Welcome back, fishermen." And I went to my father because I was confused, because you see, fishermen arrive in my town at the same time every year as farm workers do. And I couldn't understand why there was a welcome back fisherman page in the newspaper, but there wasn't a welcome back farm worker page in the newspaper. And so I asked my dad why not. And my dad said, "I don't know, you should go and ask them." And so I got on my bike, like any other 14-year-old would have done, and I rode my bike down the street, and I asked the newspaper, the editor of the newspaper, why there wasn't a welcome back farm worker section of the newspaper. And they hadn't thought about it. But at that moment, I understood a couple of things. I understood what it felt like to not be seen. I understood what it meant to have certain groups in our communities and in our country and across our world ignored and invisibilized. And I understood the importance of telling our stories. And so at the age of 14, I began my work as an activist, and I began to tell the stories of farm workers in the United States and other community members. That's when I got my beat at the newspaper in my community, where I started to write about farm workers and Latinos in my community. That experience of telling the stories of people from my community, people like my family who'd lived there for years but never been heard, also gave me the appreciation of what it means to get local and why getting local matters so much. And how it is that getting local actually provides us with the foundation to build some of the biggest and most important social movements of our time and around our globe. You see, I believe strongly in the power of 5 and 10 people gathering. And that while most people think that mass movements on scale, nationally and internationally, are what causes the biggest change in our world, I believe that it's the groups of 5 and 10 people in communities like mine and communities like yours around the world that actually seed the possibility for change, lasting and meaningful change. And the reason that I believe that that is true is because there's something about gathering in small groups where we can see each other in our full humanity, where we can build trust with one another, where we can understand each other, where we can ask the questions that we might not be able to ask in big spaces. Those small groups of people coming together to talk about things like the rights of migrant women and immigration and the economy and climate and gender parity, reproductive justice, and the list goes on. It is those small groups of people that have really given way for the movements that we know across the world. You know, in my work with migrant women, we saw this exemplified in the power of writing a letter from me and farm worker women across the United States to women in the entertainment industry who shared some of the most tragic and horrific experiences that they had lived while working in the entertainment industry. And it was the personal communication, speaking heart to heart, that gave way for the creation of what is now known as the Time's Up movement. But it wasn't 700,000 women all at once talking to thousands and thousands of women all at once that really created that spark. It was the personal. It was the one-on-one. It was the reaching out to individuals as individuals that really provided what was needed to help ignite what we now understand to be a greater movement. And in that same vein, today, we're experiencing and celebrating the second anniversary of Tarana Burke's Me Too movement. Tarana Burke, in 2006, met with people in her community in Selma, Alabama, girls actually, who shared their experiences of child sexual abuse, and she said, "Me too." And it was there in that small town with that small group of people that the Me Too movement was really born. And 2 years ago, on this day, the world came to know that movement when Alyssa Milano tweeted and encouraged all of us to share our stories. And I believe that it was the ground setting that was done by Tarana Burke in Selma, Alabama in 2006, together with the tweet from Alyssa Milano, that changed the world forever. But I also believe that the reason that many of us felt safe enough to disclose some of the most painful experience in our lives was because we heard and we saw our family members, our neighbors, our coworkers, and other people sharing their truths too. It wasn't just one tweet from someone that many of us think we know well, but actually don't know, that caused us to share our stories. It was the power of knowing people close to us who we trust, who we believe in, who we think know what our experiences are like because they live and they work in the same places we do. It was those individuals who helped us find our power and our voices in that moment. And as a result, we have experienced a seismic shift that has led to changes in policy and in norms in the United States and across the world. Another similar example of 5 or 10 people coming together to shift the narrative in our culture is a recent letter that I helped organize and write called the Querida Familia Letter. Some of you might be familiar with the letter, but that letter was written in the wake of the El Paso massacre and days after the mass immigration raids in Mississippi. And together with actress Diane Guerrero, America Ferrera, Eva Longoria, Olga Segura, and Alex Martinez Kondrecki, we made a decision that at that time, when so many people in our Latino community were feeling under attack, were mourning the deaths of those who are massacred in El Paso, were reeling from the news of raids in Mississippi, and who have otherwise felt as though our community has been under siege for the past few years. We, the small group of people, understood that we needed to speak out with one voice. And literally, in a matter of 6 days, we're able to write, organize, and publish a letter that was signed by over 250 Latinx leaders in entertainment, music, and social justice leaders in the United States to speak to our community, to say that we are not alone, that there are many people who stand with us, and that we are going to keep forging ahead no matter the attacks against us, because we matter. Our contributions matter, and we're making a difference, and we're not alone. That letter that was made possible because of the coming together of 6 of us led to more than 1 billion media impressions. And people around the country sent thousands of emails, and they said things like, "When I read your letter, I felt as though I could breathe. I had felt as though I was walking through a desert, and I finally found water." It was seeing each other in our full humanity that helped us lend our strength and our power to others who in that moment also needed strength and power. Margaret Mead said we could never doubt that a small group of committed individuals can change the world. I've seen that over and over again through the movements that I am part of and the movements that I lead. And that is why it is so important that those of you who are in this room, who lead governments and organizations, who run institutions and businesses, must understand why It is so critical to invest in grassroots movements and leadership from the ground up. Because it is that leadership from the ground up that I believe pushes up and out and forward the change that we need in this world. But we can't just use one tool to make the change. It's not enough for us to just speak out about our priorities or our grievances. It isn't enough to just tell our stories and hope that people will listen. Instead, we have to use all of the tools that are available in our toolbox. We have to write and tell our stories. We have to use our platforms to make sure that the messages of the least visible and the most vulnerable are heard in local communities and in world stages. We have to bring together people who are like-minded, but people who might seem very different. When we walked arm in arm down the red carpet at the Golden Globes in 2018, myself and Laura Dern, Tarana Burke and Michelle Williams, Ai-jen Poo and Meryl Streep, and other women leaders, that was the coming together of unlikely partners with one shared vision and mission: to change the world forever so that all of us can be safe, so that all of us can be free of violence, harm, discrimination, and so that all of us can reach our full potential because we live in a world where we finally experience equity. You see, it was the coming together of unlikely partners using all of our tools and all of our resources that allowed that moment to be momentous. And in order for us to continue to drive the change that is needed for our society, whether that be ensuring that there are women in every place of power, or girls who have the necessities that they need to learn in schools with the school books and other materials that they need, or whether that means ensuring that migrant women in this globe are safe from violence in migration, from violence at work, from violence in their home or otherwise. It's going to take every single one of us and every tool that we have. That's why I, along with Alex Martinez-Kondrecki and Olga Segura, announced today that we've created a new venture called the Latinx House to lift up the power, the voices, and the potential of the 60 million Latinos in the United States, bringing together art, entertainment, policy, politics, and activism. Because we must bring together all of the tools if we intend to make the greatest change possible for all of us. We are building the world of our dreams, one step at a time, every single day. And we will be able to achieve that world where we are all safe, where we can all reach our full potential, where we all live in a place of equity, if we come together in groups of 5 and 10 and lay the foundation to ignite movements, to drive change, and to create a better world. Today I ask you to grab your 4 closest friends and join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. It's my pleasure to welcome back on stage Ann McDaniel, who will lead the next conversation with State Department spokesperson Morgan Ortagus. A seasoned foreign policy professional and an active U.S. Naval Reserve officer, Ortagus began her government service as a public affairs officer for USAID. Ann, back to you.
We appreciate you very much taking time out of your busy day to be here. You and I had an opportunity to speak just before we came up today about the Her Power Index, which is going to be discussed in more detail right after our conversation. And as I mentioned to the crowd, and as the summary shows on your table today, jobs for women, or women are participating in jobs in the foreign policy government agencies less today than they were in 2008. There's been a definite decline. Why? What do you make of all that?
So first of all, thank you for having me. I'm a longtime reader of Foreign Policy magazine, and it's wonderful to be here with so many women that are in the field. This is my third administration that I've been in some sort of national security capacity. Started, of course, in the Bush administration at USAID, where I spent some time in Iraq, and then later in the Obama administration, that team sent me to Saudi Arabia to be the attaché. I'm also, as you mentioned, a U.S. Navy Reserve officer, and then came back into the Trump administration to be spokesperson at State. And I will tell you that championing women in national security positions is something that has been incredibly important to me my entire career. So reading about your index that we may have less women going into this position is something that I find very, very troubling. I don't necessarily know that I have any quantitative data to back up why that's happening, but I think for me, hearing that this study is out and that there are less women presents a challenge that I'm certainly committed to personally to take on. And I think the only way that we're going to get more women in the military, more women in foreign policy, is if every single one of us take the initiative upon ourselves to bring other women to the table, to recruit younger women. I'll give you a quick example. In my Naval Reserve capacity, I was direct commissioned as an officer and as an intelligence officer in the reserves. And I have made it my personal mission to get more women into the reserves, and actually just I guess it's been a couple years now. It feels like it was yesterday. I recruited a friend of mine who was a financial executive in San Francisco into the reserves. She didn't have a military background, but she went to Stanford Business School. She had worked for Condoleezza Rice. She was working in a very senior position in fintech. And I said, listen, you have incredibly great skills that the U.S. military, that the U.S. Navy could use. And I think she thought I was nuts at first, but I was persistent, and I recruited her in. And I've spent a ton of time doing the same with other women, trying to get them to consider direct commissioning into the Navy Reserve. So that's been my little personal pet project. But I think until we all take this on as an individual passion, and whether it's a big government programs or whether it's just individually recruiting and mentoring other women, I think that's how we change things.
Well, you and I talked a little bit before this about both having male mentors who are very important to us, and certainly female mentors are important, and we're going to represent that today at lunch when we have mentors at each table. But what obstacles did you face coming through your foreign policy career, and how did you overcome them?
I think one of the main challenges was, I have the best parents in the world, but I come from a very traditional Southern family where, the women prior to my generation stayed at home, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm glad my mom did. I think I turned out great because of it. But, they didn't go into the military. They didn't go into national security positions. All the men in my family went into the military, but I had fantastic parents who really always pushed me. But saying that, when I got to Washington, I have an identical twin sister who's actually also in national security. When she and I got to Washington at like 24 years old, we had no clue where to go. I mean, I literally printed out the biography of Condoleezza Rice and put it on my office wall and thought, okay, I'm going to figure out how she got there. So I think the first big challenge, and where I love that you said we have mentors at each table, is remembering, looking at the 23, 24-year-old college-aged or graduate school women that are in Washington, and picking them up and saying, let me help you along the way, let me help that make sense. So I think a big challenge for me is I just had absolutely no clue where to start, and so I had to seek and find mentors, and I had to be persistent in doing so. And then I think the next challenge is getting the confidence to find your voice. While I've always been very confident, one of the things I've really tried to be cognizant about, I would say in the last 5 years where I felt more confident with the career successes, is making sure that you speak up whenever you're in important meetings, and that you don't back down when one of the guys tries to speak over you. And you could be, I think I'm very polite about it, but I even had someone who works for me who's a great guy, but I said on like Monday, hey, I have an idea, let's do XYZ. And on Wednesday, he came back to me and said, Morgan, I want to start doing XYZ. I think, and I said, I told you this 2 days ago. Like, you're actually repeating back to me my idea. And he's a great guy, and I don't think he meant anything by it. And I think often when this happens, you know, men don't mean anything by it. But it's important for us to say, you know what? I think it's a great idea because it was mine. Or when you're at the table and that happens in a meeting, whenever you say something at a meeting, if I hear a woman present idea X and then it gets regurgitated in a slightly different format by a guy, I always say, you know, Amy had that idea just a few minutes ago, actually, and I'm glad that you're building upon it. And so I think it's really important. I know that in the Obama administration, Susan Rice talked a lot about how they were very cognizant with the women at the table that they were reinforcing each other's ideas so that it wasn't sort of repackaged as a male idea.
You've been all over the world with Secretary Pompeo. You mentioned that you're traveling internationally about 2 weeks a month, every month. What has been the most surprising or shocking thing you've seen for women and girls out in other parts of the world?
You know, I am surprised how often there are so few women at the room at that top level. I was mentioning to you, you know, it's Secretary Pompeo has enabled a lot of senior women. In fact, one of the regular meetings that I have with him 3 or 4 times a week is with 4 women, including myself, that are all top senior aides to him. Actually, a 5th woman, if you include his executive secretary. And it's wonderful working for him because sometimes I feel like I could walk into his office and have a chicken on my head and he wouldn't notice. Like, he's the most gender neutral boss I've ever worked for. He treats, I feel that I'm treated exactly the same as any guy. He's tough, he's smart, he's diligent with all of us, and he's empowered a lot of women. So on our side at the table, you know, Mary Kissel, who some of you may know, who used to be on the Wall Street Journal editorial board, she and I work incredibly closely together. We travel the world together with the secretary. We're preparing him for these big meetings. We're in the meetings. So I feel confident on our side, but you know, there are a number of senior meetings where there just are no women in the room. I mean, it happens a lot, way more than I realized. So I think one of the things that's important is Ivanka Trump has started an initiative called WGDP that the whole U.S. government is involved in, and it's something that I've helped her promote quite a bit. And I think you could talk to her in the White House about this, but it's something where she is working to try to help break down these barriers around the world. And again, it's just a whole of government approach, and I think it starts with each one of us. But I would say, as much as I love traveling with the secretary, that is the one discouraging thing that I see whenever you get to the tip top. The number of senior women in the room is negligible.
And how often do women's rights come up in your conversations around the world? How do you, as one of the leading women in the State Department, think about not only what we're doing in the United States to further women in this area, but what are we doing around the world to make improve life for women and girls?
That's a great question. So going on the WGDP initiative, something that our Deputy Secretary of State, Sullivan, announced just a couple weeks ago is AWE, the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. Now, this is just one of many programs that we have at the State Department, but we have, I think, roughly about 26 countries in Latin America and Africa involved. And this program focuses on empowering more women to be entrepreneurs, giving them the keys that they need. We run it through a bureau at the State Department called ECA, which is Education and Cultural Affairs, and promoting these programs, having it at the Deputy Secretary level, announce this program, I think is incredibly helpful. I also think that the Secretary Pompeo often talks about how important it is to show up. And so the fact that he has empowered so many women and his senior staff and brings women to the table, I think, is incredibly important. It's important for me when we go to meet the Russians or we go to meet, you know, the Chinese or whomever it is, that they have to, you know, after they shake his hand, that they have to look me in the eye and shake my hand. And I think he sets a very, very good example to other countries. It's important. I don't think we can underplay how important it is for us as women to show up and to be confident, to be present and in the room.
What do you make of last week's news about women and girls being able to go to the soccer match in Iran for the first time? That was kind of shocking to me when I read that. Couldn't even go to a soccer match?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you brought this up. I mean, so this protest was brought about by a woman, Sahar Kodahari in Iran, who many of you may know as Blue Girl on the internet for her social media advocacy. A tragic case, actually, the way in which she sacrificed her life basically to bring attention to this cause. So if you don't know about Blue Girl, I would look it up. It is something, we did a video on it at the State Department. We have tried to highlight her efforts and really the plight of Iranian women writ large. Women in Iran have something that they call White Wednesday, where they protest the compulsory wearing of the hijab. And we, of course, have done several White Wednesday videos to stand with the women of Iran. The one thing that I do think it's important to note, and Brian Hook, who is in charge of Iran for the State Department, brought this up on Friday at our podium, while the Iranians did eventually let women into the soccer stadium, my understanding is that it's actually this tiny caged off area where they let women, and then there was a lot of women that faced harassment, sexual harassment, beatings outside the stadium. So if we're looking anywhere in the world where we really want to stand and empower women, I am constantly amazed and impressed by the women of Iran and how they stand up in the face of incredible adversity. And it's one of the main things that I have tried to support through my State Department platform is supporting the women of Iran through Blue Girl and through White Wednesday.
So as women and men interested in foreign policy, we're not only interested in the gender issues, but we're interested in the national security issues and the other issues of news today. How does the State Department feel? We read a lot of stories about the diplomatic corps particularly being rather discouraged and with morale is somewhat sinking as a result of the impeachment process. It's hard for them. There's so much going on that isn't really related to furthering national security issues, or at least furthering what we would have said were traditional national security issues before the last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you go through something this polarizing and your agency is drug into it, that's discouraging. I would say one of the things that's great about traveling around the world with the Secretary of State is, the bulk of the people at the State Department, the real heart of our work is done at our embassies abroad. It's not done in Washington, right? In Washington, we coordinate meetings and we work within the other people who are based in Washington. But I know as someone who, of course, was based at U.S. Embassy Riyadh and Baghdad and have been, around the world. Any of us, I think, in national security have been in the field know that that's where the real world, that's where the real work of national security and foreign policy takes place, being on the front lines. I remember in 2011 when I was at U.S. Embassy Riyadh, the Arab Spring happened, and at the time Saudi Arabia was still on the Saturday to Wednesday work week, and we went into the embassy on a Saturday morning, and the night before Mubarak had fell. I mean, this was, a 30-year ally of the United States, which of course, precipitated the rest of what would happen in the Arab Spring. And I think it's important to remember, as much as we feel that everything is focused here in Washington, that whether you are in the State Department, in the military, in the CIA, or any of the number of national security agencies, the real work of foreign policy is done within the whole of the interagency. You have Treasury representatives, you have DOJ representatives, FBI representatives at these embassies around the world. And I am encouraged as I travel, meeting people that I see that are doing the hard work of foreign policy. We try to highlight them as much as we can. And I think it's important not to get into Washington groupthink. That's dangerous.
Do we still consider Turkey an ally given the events of the last few weeks?
That is a interesting question. They are still.
I try.
Thank you. They are still in NATO. Obviously, I think that there are some many members on the Hill who are looking at various options, and I think significantly, the administration last night, late yesterday afternoon, announced sanctions on Turkey, and I think this is the first time we've had to sanction a NATO ally. And they were significant sanctions. We're talking about entire ministries being sanctioned and the head of those ministries being sanctioned. So we are certainly in unprecedented territory.
Thank you, Morgan. It's been delightful to talk to you today. We appreciate what you're doing for women and girls around the world, and we hope for much more success for you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, there are plenty of seats that are at tables marked reserved sort of up here, and there's single seats around. If anybody would like to come fill those seats, please feel free.
Thank you so much, Anne, and thank you, Morgan. I'd now like to introduce my colleague, Allison Carlson, the Managing Director of FP Analytics, the in-house research division of Foreign Policy Magazine. Allison works closely with our consulting clients on a broad range of issues critical to their businesses. She's also spent the last several months leading our gender research. Today, she'll be unveiling the results of the Her Power Index, a first-of-its-kind analysis of gender disparities in federal agencies across all fields of foreign policy. Allison, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Diana, and thank you to all of you for being here at this important inaugural event. I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very excited to launch our study and the work that we've been focused on for the last 9 months or so, which shines a light on how the U.S. government is failing women in foreign policy, and provides a tool by way of the Her Power Index to help enable change. With over 800,000 foreign policy employees, the U.S. government is the largest employer of foreign policy professionals in the country, and its staffing decisions have implications for how policy is implemented in the U.S. and around the world. And what we're seeing is that even though the U.S. government is the largest agency staffing foreign policy professionals, it also has the greatest disparity in terms of gender equity. If we take a look at the numbers, which we have here, women represent about 47% of the workforce. And as Anne was mentioning earlier this morning, have about 56% of the degrees in international relations. Yet still, what we're finding, women only represent about a third of our foreign policy workforce. That's a real gap, and we're wanting to understand why. And while there's been greater attention recently on that gap, there's been little investigation or awareness to date of the magnitude of that gap within each of the foreign policy-related agencies and the root causes for that disparity. And that's where our report comes in. FP Analytics, and specifically, I'd like to recognize my colleagues, Yushin Lin and Izzy Schmidt, who really spearheaded this research, who have been diving deep into government databases, employment statistics, and have been meeting one-on-one with women who have been former and who are current professionals in U.S. policy agencies to have conversations and understand what's going on here, what are the root causes of these gaps, and then armed with data and insights from these conversations, which have been incredibly important, and from women, many of whom are in this room today, to develop an index, a tool for addressing this gap. Now, we don't have very much time today, but I'd like to highlight a few findings from the study. And again, the executive summary is on all of your tables. But what we found is that, unfortunately, women's employment is backsliding. And in non-foreign policy agencies, which have remained at relative parity and have been stable over the last decade, in foreign policy agency, that has been backsliding, and we're not seeing the levels of representation. In fact, while there are a few performers in development, they're few and far between. And with the exception of those development agencies, which just represent 2% of employment, all other agencies have been backsliding over the last decade. And what are we seeing here? We're seeing a narrowing of the employment pipeline, where at each level of employment and advancement, there are fewer women. And we're seeing that up through the general schedule, through the GS levels, as you see here, which is the primary pay scale for women in the US government, all the way up to leadership and the select executive service. And what happens then is that we're seeing only a third of women in leadership, in top leadership positions across agencies. And the statistics are stark, and the examples, such as in the State Department, right now there are more vacant positions than there are ambassadorships than there are women ambassadors. And higher attrition rates in both military and non-military agencies than there are in domestic-focused agencies. And so we really wanted to get at what's going on here? What are the reasons for this? And that brings me back to the index. And over the last several months, our team has put together this index, which is the first analysis that tracks the status of 15 foreign policy-focused agencies across the government, looking at key metrics, looking at the status and progress of women in employment, advancement, leadership, and retention, to really understand how each agency is performing and who's leading in this space and who is lagging. And we're hoping that this can actually be used as a tool for targeting improvement, holding agencies accountable, and really recognizing progress that's being made in this space. We had hoped, and we strongly believe, that making these issues visible is an important first step in terms of taking action and leadership in terms of making change. Again, I'd like to thank all of those who contributed to this study for your candor in the conversations and for your leadership. It's made this study what it is and all of the work of our team. So I invite you to download the report, check out the index, and thank you again for all of your work that all of you are doing and for your partnership today.
Thank you so much, Allison. I hope you all read the report. A brief scheduling note, Congresswoman Barbara Lee was called off at the last minute on official business and regrets she won't be able to join us today. So we'll be moving along to our first panel of the day on inclusive policymaking. It's my pleasure to introduce Nicole Gowett, national security reporter for CNN, who will be moderating our first panel conversation. She'll be exploring the state of women in government and efforts underway to promote women's political participation and transformative leadership. Joining her on stage will be Stacey Dion, Managing Director of Global Government Affairs at the Carlyle Group, Tanya Pariona, the founder of the International Alliance of Indigenous Women, parliamentarians, and a former congresswoman from Peru, and Anita Bhatia, Deputy Executive Director for UN Women, and Liz Schreier, President and CEO of the U.S. Global Leadership Coalition. Nicole, over to you.
Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I will be moderating this panel about more inclusive policymaking. I am thrilled to be joined by such an impressive panel. There's real depth and experience on this stage. We are going to be celebrating the centennial of the 19th Amendment, women's right to vote. That'll be next year. This morning we're going to be talking about how to make sure that women's voices are actually heard. And a little housekeeping note before we begin, for non-Spanish speakers, there are headsets to the side of the room. We have limited time, so I'm going to dive right in. Liz, let me start with you. So we've seen that when women run for elected office, they win at the same rates as men. What are the barriers facing women when they decide to run for elected office? I'm sure there are similarities and differences here and overseas. And what's being done to overcome those barriers?
Great question. Thrilled to be here, and I think the report is a good indicator of what we're going to talk about, because women are rising, but not fast enough. A couple facts to kind of set the stage for the barriers. 7%, that's the percentage of women. Can you hear me? Tech? Now can you hear me? Okay. So politically, women are rising, but not fast enough. A couple quick stats. 7%, that's the percentage of women heads of state globally. 20%, that's the women parliamentarian globally. 77th rank, That's where the U.S. ranks in terms of women compared to everybody else. So yes, we have 127 women in Congress, but that means we're less than 25%. So let's look at a couple of barriers, because we want to strive to be like Rwanda, which is at 61% of women in their parliamentarian, or like Nevada, which just for the first time hit 51% of women majority in terms of politically. So 3 barriers, there's tons, but I'm going to only pick on 3 because of time. Bias, motivation, and economics. Bias. There is still bias in terms of female leadership. I don't know if it's voice, haircut, clothes, you can pick whichever it is, but it's in business, it's in universities, and it's definitely politically. There was a study that was done that looked at 60% of women parliamentarians worldwide that said they have had sexual harassment or abuse. That says a lot. Motivation. Women are running, but they're not running enough. That lean-in issue is real. It's cultural. It's particularly worldwide. And you can look at where there is 30% or more women representatives, and all of those countries have some kind of quota built into their systems in terms of requiring some form of level of gender engagement. Economics. This is the big one. In our own country, it is expensive to run, and it's harder for women to raise money. I can give you more statistics, but that is just a fact. Worldwide, there are enormous economic barriers. Focus on these facts. $1.5 trillion economic gap in the world for women. And in terms of, there's 2.7 legally restricted women that are legally restricted from the same jobs as men. So if women can't play in the economic place, there's no way they're going to be part of the political arena. So the economic barrier is huge. So the last thing I would say is, what do we do about it? Your question, Nicole, a couple things. We've done a lot about it, not enough, but our country is way in the front line of this. You start with going back to someone like Laura Bush, who in the height of the Afghanistan war, at the beginning of it, said we're going to play big, and has devoted herself to women education, economic barriers, and elections, making sure they're voted and they're part of the system. You saw President Bush continue the effort of creating the first women global economic ambassador. Ivanka Trump, as Morgan talked about, has a program that we've been very involved in my work called the WGDP, to look at reaching 50 million women by 2050 to erase economic barriers. These are programs that are about educating, training, and advocating for women. And the last thing I would say, Nicole, is, does this work? And I'll give you one quick example. I was in Nepal a few years ago. That is a country that, as we all know, has one of the highest ratings of domestic violence against women. And I met a woman that is part of a program that USAID invests in, that invests in these women to lift them up, to economically empower them. And it was a USAID program that helped create a cooperative of women to invest in their farm. And she was so proud to show me her cabbage patch that was largely barren before the program, and now it's just booming with cabbage. But that wasn't the important part. The important part is what she said. Because of domestic violence, she was basically locked in her home. And what she said to me is, she said, before this program, I was flesh and bones. I was not human. But America gave me a voice. They allowed me to be human. And in this group of women I was meeting with, she said, you know what we're all doing? We are now running for local office. And she introduced me to the woman next to her. She's running for mayor. That's what economic empowerment does.
That's a fabulous story. Tanya, you've lived this experience. You're a pioneering lawmaker in your country, Peru's first indigenous congresswoman. Can you tell us what the toughest barrier you faced was, how you overcame it, and what sort of difference you feel you made?
Buenos días con todos y todas. Muchas gracias por el espacio. Yo quiero comentar brevemente acerca de estas barreras estructurales que muchas veces vivimos como limitantes para nuestra efectiva participación política como mujeres. Como mujer indígena, además joven, he podido vivir en carne propia de cómo barreras como el de la discriminación, el racismo y estereotipos de género realmente bloquean la efectiva participación política. Un reto importante que tienen nuestros sistemas democráticos en nuestros países es romper con esa barrera, pero además cambiar los sistemas políticos electorales que no han hecho sino excluir de la participación política a las mujeres indígenas. Hemos sido por muchísimos años y décadas las mujeres indígenas minorizadas políticamente, secuestradas nuestros derechos o diríamos medianamente reconocidas en la formalidad, incluso con una ciudadanía mediada por otros. Y hoy estamos trabajando justamente para cambiar ese escenario. Otra de las barreras, muy bien comentaba la primera compañera, hermana que intervino, tiene que ver con la distribución económica. Si no hay la inversión en las mujeres, en los programas de formación política, de educación superior, de especialización, para acceder en los cargos de poder, creo que las mujeres empoderadas estaremos enfrentando permanentemente a barreras institucionales que terminan siendo también bloqueos permanentes a este liderazgo que emerge también desde nuestros pueblos y nuestras culturas. Ser mujer, joven e indígena es un desafío de resistencia permanente ante una sociedad todavía machista, racista, clasista y también colonial, que nosotros desde América Latina y en el Perú sobre todo tenemos que dar la batalla porque no es fácil llegar a tener un cargo. Antes de mí hubieron otras hermanas indígenas en el Parlamento. En este periodo corto de 3 años que tuvimos la oportunidad, fuimos la única levantando la voz desde la realidad y los sueños que tenemos las mujeres indígenas. Eso es un trabajo arduo, por supuesto, de la mano con hermanas que también hoy son vocería importante en sus pueblos.
Thank you. Liz referenced earlier the Her Power Index and the significant gap between the federal government's foreign policy staff and what she referenced the index. It shows a significant gap between the federal government's foreign policy staff, 1/3 of women, and the share that women represent in the national workforce, which is close to 50%. I think it's around 47. I'm just curious whether this surprised any members of the panel. Anita, did you?
Thank you, Nicole. Can everybody hear me? Yes? Okay. So no, of course the numbers don't surprise me because we at UN Women live and see this data every day. And I think in addition to the data you shared, Liz, which was very powerful and compelling, I just want to share some data about what the state of the world today looks like. So I think it's important to just step back and see where we are. First of all, today, in 2019, we are 24 years away from the Beijing Platform. The Beijing Platform called for gender equality in a period of 25 years. We are nowhere near achieving gender equality anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. So that's the larger context for this conversation, and we need to keep that in mind as we look at the specific issue of political participation, leadership in policy making. And I want to start with maybe just a little story that illustrates how this impacts the lives of very ordinary women. I was just in Uganda, in northern Uganda, in a refugee camp, which is a holding place for women and children from South Sudan. So these women have walked for days to come to this refugee camp, and UN Women is working with them to ensure that there is leadership in local council. So I had a chance to talk to some of these women, and I said, why does your leadership matter? What difference has it made in your life? And one of the women said to me, now that I'm on the council, we can make policy that directly affects us. So before I was on the council, we used to go to pick up food packets, and these food packets were really heavy, and I couldn't carry them. So now that I'm on the council, I can tell relief workers and others that the packets actually have to be smaller, and so I can carry them and I can feed my children. And, you know, this just sent a chill down my spine thinking about, my God, this is what it takes to feed your child. So, you know, in a very real way, we see how having women participate in decision making actually leads to outcomes that affect the daily lives of women and girls. And I want to say something else, and that is that we cannot have a sense of complacency about this, because there's a lot out there which makes us think that we are achieving ground, that we're making progress. And yes, we are making progress. But how can we possibly be satisfied when we look at the following numbers? First, when you look at how many countries have gender equal cabinets, there are only 13 countries in the world. There are 193 member states in the UN. There are only 13 countries in the world that have gender equal cabinets. Finland, El Salvador, Spain, Serbia, Sweden, South Africa, Canada, Colombia, Costa Rica, Albania, Haiti, Nicaragua, Rwanda. I think I got most of them, but you get the idea. There are a lot of countries that don't have gender equal cabinets. There are a lot of countries that don't have heads of state who are women. Less than 10% of the countries in the world have a head of state or a head of government who's female. That's pretty shocking when you consider that 50% of the planet is women. So, you know, I think we just need to step back and say we need to bring a real sense of urgency to the agenda of women's leadership and political participation. In addition to the things you said, Liz, I completely agree with you. I think there is a huge amount of bias in the system, conscious and unconscious. And so at UN Women, we're trying to do 4 things. Number 1, we're working on laws. We want to push for laws on gender parity, on inclusion. We're delighted that countries like Sweden, Japan, and Canada have what they call feminist foreign policies. But even with a feminist foreign policy, Japan does not have a gender equal cabinet. And so we're pushing for laws on gender parity at all levels of participation, at all levels of leadership. We're pushing for training, because you actually have to build a pipeline of candidates. Women need confidence building, they need training, they need money, they need support. We need Emily's lists for the whole world, not just for the US. And then we are pushing for changes in attitudes, because the issue of bias is incredible. It is an incredible, deep-rooted cultural phenomenon that cannot be gotten rid of overnight. So we actually have something called the Unstereotype Alliance, where we are working with advertising and with marketing firms to make sure that we're helping to shape people's attitudes towards women as leaders, so that it is normal for everybody to consider a leader both a man and a woman. It does not have to be just a man. And finally, we are working to get rid of lots of discriminatory laws that actually prevent women for standing from office. There are an amazing number of laws that get in the way of women actually standing for office, and we're trying to address some of those issues, as well as structural issues that women face, such as unpaid care, the fact that they carry most of the burden on unpaid work, the fact that they carry most of the burden on domestic work. You have to address all these structural issues in addition to the education, the training, and the empowerment.
That was fascinating. Just keying off that, Stacey, I know that your work has given you some perspective on how those US numbers stack up against the rest of the world. I'd love to hear you talk about what's being done to address those barriers, and whether the issue is just about numbers.
That's an excellent question. Thank you. I think the answer is it depends. So, for example, and some have referenced, the EU has some interesting programs and initiatives to promote and encourage gender equality and diversity. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are enforced. So, for example, we invest a lot in Eastern Europe, and my consultants, who happen to be female, by the way, in that part of the world, lament the lack of enforceability in actually adopting some of these EU initiatives on that side of it. With US, I think we have to look at beyond elected officials, and I think both parties are doing their part to increase the recruitment of women. Now, that doesn't mean we can get them out of primaries, because I don't think the infrastructure really supports them to get out of primaries the way it should. However, the ecosystem is broader than just female elected officials, if you think about it. It goes to promoting women in senior staff level positions in Congress, in leadership, throughout the agencies, in think tanks, in trade associations, in government affairs functions within the business community. And so we need to look at, not just at the elected officials part, but the entire ecosystem and policy making.
Thanks. That sort of touches on what Anita was saying about changing the culture and changing the biases. You raise an interesting question, though, and Liz, I'm going to toss the ball back to you, because Stacey is talking about basically accountability, oversight. So you have women in equal numbers, you have them in attempting to influence policy. How do you make sure it happens? How do you make sure that the policies reflect diverse stakeholders?
It's so important. Let me give you an example of one. I mean, one of the real issues is women in peace and security. And I'll give you an example of how you get to accountability. Right now, we have 70 million people displaced because of conflict. We have 80, by the year 2050, 80% of the world's poorest are going to be living in conflict and fragile states. So, you know, and yet, when you look at women being involved in peace and security negotiations, we know that 35% peace negotiations are more likely that will last for 15 years or more when women are involved. But look at the statistics. Women are 2% of the negotiators, they're barely less than 5-10% of playing a role in these peace negotiators. So how do we fix that? So this gets to your accountability question. In 2017, there was a piece of legislation, bipartisan legislation, signed into law by President Trump called the Women, Peace and Security Act. And what did it do? It did a couple different things, but two in particular that I think are really important. One is it said, let's make sure that we make sure that our own infrastructure toolkit across all of our agencies are making sure that women are more involved in peace and security. DOD, State Department, USAID. So looking across our infrastructure, obviously based on the Foreign Policy magazine, we're not doing good enough, but it was just enacted. But also making sure that there's a strategy in place overseas with other countries. So that is the beginning of an accountability, a beginning of putting this on the table, that when we look at peace and security, where we know factually that when women are involved, it makes a difference. One other example of accountability. One of the things my organization does is we go out, the U.S. Global Leadership Coalition, we go out and we meet with candidates running for elected office all over the country. Last election in 2018, we met with 300 candidates. We happened to engage all of those that ended up winning. And a lot of those that we met were women in the national security space. And it will not surprise anybody in this room that they are people who get things done, who believe in crossing party lines, who believe in working with each other, and they are making an enormous difference in Congress on a whole range of foreign policy issues that really make a difference. And they're the accountability leverage on a range of issues that make a difference. Getting people that have a national security, females that have a national security background, whether it's CIA or NSC or DOD or veterans elected to office, they make a difference.
Thank you. So we have about 4 minutes left. I want to ask a broad question. Sort of looking around the world at the various global challenges we have, which one do you think is most in need of a more inclusive, gender-balanced approach? Where would it make the greatest difference? Tanya, do you want to start?
Sí, una de las contribuciones fundamentales que hemos hecho desde las mujeres en general y mujeres indígenas es cambiar la legislación que tenemos en nuestros países, incluyendo la paridad, la alternancia con interculturalidad. Yo le agregaría la interculturalidad porque la data también te dice que la igualdad de género o la cuota del 30% en los países, sobre todo de América Latina, no han significado la inclusión de todas las mujeres en su diversidad. En Perú hemos dado un primer paso para incluir la paridad en la legislación electoral, sobre todo para procesos electorales de Congreso, y creo que es un camino importante para incluir a más mujeres en el espacio de toma de poder desde el legislativo. El otro aspecto tiene que ver cómo las mujeres que enfrentamos ya dentro del espacio logrado, nos mantenemos ejerciendo nuestros derechos políticos sin acoso político. El acoso político es otro de los problemas que nos enfrentamos a diario las mujeres políticas. Los cuestionamientos, las barreras que te ponen cuando vas a ejercer la fiscalización, el control político, la difamación por tus características físicas, fenotípicas, culturales, y eso tiene que acabar para que las mujeres empoderadas que estamos en un espacio podamos tener un ejercicio pleno de nuestro derecho a la participación política. Y nosotros también creemos que la inclusión financiera hacia las mujeres indígenas, desde el trabajo que venimos haciendo en el nivel de la aportación económica en los espacios locales y nacionales, también permita a las mujeres lograr la autonomía económica. La autonomía económica más autonomía física y el empoderamiento emergente será la visibilidad también de mujeres con liderazgo en todos los espacios. Nosotros desde las mujeres indígenas decimos que hemos sido invisibilizadas durante la historia. Mujeres valerosas que han contribuido hacia la independencia de nuestras naciones, nuestros países, no están visibles en las historias formales de nuestros países, y tampoco nuestras realidades, nuestras aspiraciones, esos liderazgos locales aún no están tan visibilizadas. Y creo yo que esto es una valiosa oportunidad para lograr ese gran desafío de tener una sociedad más justa, más inclusiva, mucho más intercultural, en donde hombres y mujeres, y sobre todo las mujeres que hemos vivido en desigualdades históricas, podamos acceder a ese derecho pleno de la participación política tal cual.
Stacey.
What I see is essentially providing the economic opportunities to empower women to fully participate in the global economy. That's on a broader scale. In the U.S., what we're constantly struggling with is the silos, quite honestly. I hosted a panel a few weeks ago with senior female chiefs of staff on Capitol Hill in the administration and female business leaders to break down those silos, because quite honestly, the machine wants us to be siloed. We're either siloed by party, we're siloed by industry, and we're siloed by issues, instead of actually building upon our network and talking and problem solving amongst ourselves. And so that's really where I see it, at least in the US.
17 seconds, Anita.
Okay, so I think one of the biggest issues that we're facing in the world today, where we need more participation of women, has to do with climate change. Actually.
Great.
So climate change. And I think we need to have more of a gender lens in policy making, addressing climate change, and thinking about the impact of climate on women, not just because of forced displacement, but also because there are disproportionate impacts from climate on women and girls. So I think you asked, what are the big issues in the world today? Obviously, one of the biggest issues is the fact that we still have gender inequality in the world. So I would say the two biggest issues of our times are dealing with climate and dealing with inequality in all its forms, but particularly gender inequality. It is a stain on humanity that 50% of the human race does not have equal rights.
I could not have said that better. So much to say, so little time. Thank you for joining us in this conversation, and thank you to this terrific panel.
Thank you so much, Nicole, and thank you to our panelists. I hope everyone's enjoying their morning so far. We're going to take a short 10-minute break for coffee, stretch your legs, get to know each other better. Keep using the hashtag HerPower2019. We'll be back in 10 minutes to resume the program. So if you can be at your chairs around 10:30 or a little before, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
So you want to take this one out? I gave you the one that from Q&A. I have more money.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Hi, everybody. I think we'll get started, please. If you could take your seats. Thank you, and welcome back. I'm Jonathan Tepperman. I'm the Editor-in-Chief of Foreign Policy, and I'm delighted to introduce this very distinguished panel who are going to be speaking about inclusive finance and women's empowerment. Starting from my right, Esther Pan-Sloan is the Head of Partnerships, Policy, and Communications at the UN Capital Development Fund. To her right, Ira Dabla-Norris is the Division Chief for the Fiscal Affairs Department at the IMF. Next is Susan Carrier, Global Head of Merchant Sales and Acquiring at Visa, and Stephanie von Friedberg, who is the COO of the International Finance Corporation. So I want to start, if I could, by quickly framing the issue and the problem that we're here to discuss. Ira, let me start with you and with a question that may sound naive, but I think that it's worth articulating so that you can respond to it. And that is, why is it when trying to promote development in low-income or least developed countries, it's so important to focus on women in particular?
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for the question. I think this is an extremely important question, because when we think about the importance of leveling the playing field, say when it comes to inclusion or financial inclusion, we need to think about the channels through which this affects the economy. So from the IMF's perspective, we've been looking at how greater financial inclusion by women or leveling the playing field for women is better for productivity, for economic growth, and for lowering income inequality in an economy. So let me explain. Suppose talent in an economy, entrepreneurial talent in an economy is evenly distributed between men and women. If there are barriers to accessing finance by women, this means that there will be fewer female entrepreneurs in an economy. And even if there are entrepreneurs in the economy, they may not be able to borrow as much. The result is lower productivity and lower economic growth. At the same time, we can think about women facing, or households facing large economic shocks. In the absence of access to finance, or the absence of ability to smooth their consumption when hard times hit, there will be higher income volatility, and as a result, higher earnings inequality, and women tend to be disproportionately affected as a result. So this is why the IMF has been pushing for greater financial inclusion and greater economic empowerment of women, because it makes good economic sense as well.
Thanks. And Stephanie, when you think about the issue, what do you see as the key barriers holding women back?
Well, let me start by saying, if you were a good soccer coach, if you had a good soccer coach, she wouldn't put half of her team on the field if she wanted to win. So we need the full team on the field. And in IFC, we have spent many, many years focusing on how to get the full team on the field. So through a series of really interesting programs, Banking on Women, our 10,000 women we've done collectively with Goldman Sachs, we've invested about $2.5 billion globally in women entrepreneurs through financial intermediaries. And what we're discovering now is that we've done a good job, but the gap to goal is $1.5 trillion. And in order for us to get there, we're going to have to do things a little bit differently. So one of the things that we've been working with is to work with our clients to have them think about customer solutions. So not just about gender-neutral financial credit lines to financial institutions, but having those financial institutions create products that are tailored to women, that help solve the cultural, the legal, the historic barriers that keep women out of the marketplace. And one of the things that we found together with that is further training. So helping women understand accounting, helping them buy insurance. And we've done some work with private equity firms to say, how do young entrepreneurial women get private equity? Because we know that 30% of the SMEs in emerging markets are owned and controlled by women, but only 7% of the private equity money goes to those. So what we've actually seen as a result of that is those financial institutions that have focused on developing those products have created stickier customers, they've gotten better deposits, and they've grown their loan book better than their competitors. I think the second area where we really need to focus is digital, and how do we use digital in two ways. First, we can use machine learning, algorithms, and AI to do better lending, but maybe even more importantly than that, it's figuring out how to get women entrepreneurs onto e-commerce platforms. So we're working really closely, for example, with Ant Finance, which is the financial arm of Alibaba, and we're using their gender disaggregated data to say, can we bring more women onto this e-commerce platform, because it takes them from a marketplace of this to a marketplace of billions. And I guess that leads me to where I think is the biggest hurdle that we need to overcome to close that gap, which is gender disaggregated data. If we can't get to a point where we know the data that we need to know to make unbiased algorithms and to move the market from a digital perspective, we're never going to get there.
Susan, because you're our lone representative from the private sector, I'd like you to jump in here and talk about how you see the barriers and the problems from a private sector finance perspective, and what are the kind of solutions you're working on?
So I think my colleagues, both on stage and earlier, have articulated the problem quite well. If you look at the life cycle for people, from education, health, infrastructure, financial and digital payments, all the way to the end, there are gaps. So we know the gaps equate to about 28 trillion in GDP opportunity if we get to this level playing field. So we think that's important work to do, and it's work that requires private sector, government, and everyone in every market, because solving this problem is a local problem. I think we can sit in DC, but the issue needs to be solved on the ground in Tanzania, in Kenya, and around the world. We see three big trends in our space, right? So I'm with Visa, right, one of the largest payment networks. A large part of our network is driven by small and micro merchants. So I have meaningful conversations, since it's my responsibility to manage that sector for my company. But there are three trends we follow closely. The first one is what's happening with digital in general. We like where mobile, internet, AI, and blockchain are going, because those things create mobile computing power on a device as simple as a mobile phone, which gives women and people the power to do open financing, banking, to get access to digital accounts. Second trend that we're following is what's going on with unbundling in the financial services sector. The fact is now you can have a bank account, wealth management, and the movement of money through three different entities. These were services that were previously offered just by a single bank. So women, small businesses now have access to those services in the way they didn't before. The third trend is what's going on with fintechs around the world. And frankly, we think the way we see things at Visa is we've opened up our platform, changed our rules to make it easier for these small companies to build on our platform so that they can offer services that extend all the way to these small and micro businesses. So in simple terms, frankly, as we look at the data, the future of money is women and small business. There's no better empirical data than all the research that's been done by WEF, IMF, the World Bank, and so we're following that trend along all the way through with our partners around the world.
Esther, when you think about getting investments to support women's economic development, when you look at the global picture, how much of the work can the public sector do? And I mean, you work at an agency that specializes in public-private partnerships, I believe. So talk about that, if you would.
Absolutely. So to feed on what my fellow panelists were saying, what we see at UNCDF, which focuses on economic development in the poorest 47 countries, is exactly this gap where female entrepreneurs at the smaller stage of growth, who are starting out or who are looking for relatively small amounts of money to grow their business, we see the gap up to $1 million. So between $50,000 and $1 million, they cannot get bank loans because in many developing countries, it's safer and more profitable for the bank to buy government bonds or send their money offshore than to lend it to productive use in their own economy. So we see that there's a huge missing middle finance gap where entrepreneurs of all genders, but then with especially more barriers for women, have a hard time getting capital to grow or start a business, and that has all the impacts that our colleagues were saying. So one thing that we see, which is really interesting development, is that there are ways to use public finance, so development finance from governments, to seed investments that will draw in the private sector. We have had a lot of talks with impact investors, and we've seen that the investment industry is really moving towards gender lens investing and sustainable development investing, and trying to have products that respond actually to demand from their female clients, primarily female and millennial clients, for investment products that reflect their values, which they're not seeing in the market today. But the investment money doesn't like to go to developing countries. It's harder to find deals, the ticket sizes are smaller, and the risk is higher, and there's currency risk and other discouragements for traditional investment. So we're finding that if you can put together a package where you use government money to de-risk some of the investment of the private sector, you can entice investments that are looking for both a sustainable development or gender impact return, as well as a financial return, and that's very promising.
Thanks, Esther. Iri, some of your colleagues have already mentioned data, but I know that this is a big focus of the IMF's. How good are the analytics currently, and what do you see the potential as the ability to slice and dice data improves?
So I think at the aggregate level, there's increasing amount of data that's being made available. But what was interesting is when the IMF did its first gender financial inclusion survey in 2016 as a pilot, we discovered that around 28 countries systematically collected gender disaggregated data on the supply or providers of finance, and this was rather shocking to hear. Since 2018, the IMF now is rolled out gender disaggregated information across the board. We have 189 member countries, so we're trying to do this systematically. So this is information on the supply of finance, whether or not women have access to a bank account, whether or not they save, whether or not they borrow, and whether or not there are banks available close to where women live, in other words, in rural areas and urban areas and so forth. But there's a lot more that can be done. And that's because this doesn't necessarily tell you anything about use. My colleagues here spoke about fintech. This is a very rapidly growing field. Data on fintech, gender disaggregated data on fintech is not widely available in a systematic manner. So there's a lot more that needs to be done to improve and upgrade the kind of data that is available for both research and policy purposes.
Thank you. Susan, I want you to help and break this down a little bit further and talk about how in a very specific sense, from the perspective of a young, poor business owner or agriculturalist in a developing country, how technological advancement, technological developments can help her. You know, we've heard a lot about mobile banking, but I have a sense that's just the tip of the iceberg. What are the kind of things that Visa and the industry at large are working on now that can have a transformative effect?
So I spend a lot of time talking to small businesses, and there are probably three consistent things we hear about what they need, aside from the fact that every business wants to figure out how to run, fund, and grow their business. Women entrepreneurs cite three things. One is, frankly, money is hard. We all know that. They have less access to working capital. Second is they have likely less tools, right? We see the gap in mobile access. 200 million fewer women have access to mobile devices than men. And three is tools and training. There's a big discussion to be had about financial literacy, which gives women an edge. So two examples that I'll cite, and then I'll go back to the core of your question. The first is work we're doing in Côte d'Ivoire, where we've signed an MOU. 20% of the country's GDP is driven by cocoa, coffee, and agricultural goods. That 20% is largely driven by women farmers. So one of the things the country's doing is driving digital to enable the pushing and pulling of payments for farmers. And they're digitizing the entire supply chain because they think if they can help farmers get paid faster, give them access to transport, make transport digitally available, it will help move goods faster, improve working capital, and drive the economy. So that's one example. A second example is a private sector example of the work we've done in Mexico. We have backed through Visa Digital Payments, a company called Oxo Saldaza, which has issued digital payment credentials to now 11 million people at the end of 2018. 42% of those were first-time banked individuals, which is a big deal. More than half of them were women. So if I go back to the big ideas, one is we've literally downloaded Visa, big network, to the device. So Visa on mobile is a great example of how a small business, a woman may get access to digital payments, making it as easy to download acceptance on the phone to make it easy for them to pay and be paid on a mobile device. The second one is we've reverse engineered the way our network works to push payments instead of pulling payments, which means things like wage disbursements and early access to wages gives female entrepreneurs access to working capital faster. The third one is we've literally designed courses on financial literacy, personal literacy and business literacy skills, which means that women can have conversations about money. And one of our big programs is this one called She's Next, which we launched actually just a few weeks ago here in DC, which makes it easier for women to get access to a network, gives them access to our platform so that we can promote their businesses, and gives them access to skills, training, and financial empowerment. Those are a few examples.
Great, thank you. Stephanie, I want to return, if I can, to your metaphor about the soccer team and ask you whether there are other misperceptions common either among female clients or among the institutions, private or public, that should be helping them, that make you crazy and that you think need correction.
Make you crazy? That's an interesting question. You know, I actually think I would take you back to some data that we did about a year ago. We partnered with Rock Creek, and we decided that we would look at private equity in emerging markets. And we wanted to find, again, gender disaggregated data. And so we worked with 300 and some fund managers and the underlying companies in which they invest. And we found some really interesting things, all emerging markets. As I said, 30% of the SMEs are women, only 7% of that money went to women-owned entrepreneurs. And what we actually found is when we looked at the individual fund managers, the fund managers that outperformed by as much as 20% had gender balanced investment committees. So they had men and women both equally making decisions. They made better decisions. And when you took that step down and then looked at all of the underlying companies, the companies that had at least gender balanced management teams outperformed the other companies. So we know that women-owned businesses do well and that it's sensible to invest in women-owned businesses. We don't quite get there, and we don't get there for a lot of different reasons, some of which I think my colleagues have raised. One is the digital divide. So it's true that women have 11% less opportunity to have a smartphone and access to the internet in emerging markets across the board than men. And that gap is getting wider, not getting narrower. Financial literacy is important, but maybe even beyond financial literacy is financial health. So we can give a woman a bank account, but if she doesn't know what else to do with it, then she doesn't use it. And it's interesting because I was just in the Côte d'Ivoire not long ago, and we actually work with lots of cocoa farmers. And we helped a big international company build the digital platform so the farmers could actually tag their product, get their money immediately. And I said, well, let's go see this. So we go to the cooperative, and the farmer was there, had the beans measured, got a digital recording, and then the first thing he asked for, piece of paper. Can I have a paper receipt for that? And I said, why do you need a paper receipt? Because he doesn't trust the digital system, right? And then I said, so that goes automatically to your bank account? No, I don't link the two of them together because I don't trust the system. So there's another piece of it, which is how do we build trust in the system and how do we create digital infrastructure and digital backbones and systems that are secure so that people actually begin to become comfortable using fintech as a solution to the banking system.
I have to add to this. I mean, this is beautiful, right? There are two things I want to add. One is that one of the reasons it's so important to get women on digital is that transparency gives them access to money. If you don't understand a business's flows, then you can't actually go through the entire life cycle, get access to your cash faster, and give access to that information to lenders. So it's literally a vicious cycle. So that's one point. The second point is, frankly, we've got to crack the code on how we work with local governments and local entrepreneurs. I mean, governments have to be more open to the idea that private sector and government partnerships are probably one of the fastest ways to solve this digital divide. Private sector knows too much about tech, and if trust is the key ingredient to get more people on digital, if we don't crack the code on trust together, then frankly we will never solve the gap of inclusion.
Yeah, you look like you're dying to get in here.
No, I was just, I wanted to sort of take the conversation in a slightly different direction. And I think one of the barriers perhaps could be that there are huge gender gaps when it comes to providers as well. So some recent IMF research showed that less than 20% of bank and supervisory boards are made up of women across the world. Less than 2% of banking CEOs are women. So, there tends to be this huge gender gap when it comes to the provision of finance as well. So we need to ask this question of who are actually the providers and why does this matter? Well, some recent research by my colleagues at the IMF shows that those banks which have more women in leadership positions, either on bank boards or supervisory boards, tend to be more stable. So banking system stability is higher as measured by lower non-performing loans, higher profits, better performance when you have more women in leadership positions, even in the banking industry. So this is something that I wanted to bring to the table. It really matters who the providers are, not just who is getting access to finance.
And is that a message that can be or is being communicated to shareholders as well?
Yes. Loud and clear. Yeah. We don't know if they're receiving it quite as well as it's being communicated.
And Esther, what about when the problem is as simple as patriarchy, when it's traditional cultures, when it is a man who is blocking a particular woman's access to the finance or the tools that would allow her to build a business? What can a big global institution like the UN do at that point?
We've actually found that digital payments are actually very helpful because the woman gets them on her phone and they're private. She's not coming home from her job with cash that someone can then take away from her. So we have an example of a program we do with UN Women and also UNDP, the UN Development Program, and the UN Women, the UN Women's Organization, where UNCDF provides finance for women-owned businesses. UN Women works on norms change and changing ideas and kind of patriarchal views in society. And then UNDP works on changing laws in the government that are preventing women from accessing, say, inheritance or identity or the right to own land. So you really have to work on the problem in a very comprehensive way. It doesn't help to have a digital payment system if a woman can't have an ID to use it. It doesn't help to have credit if she's not able to access credit. It doesn't help, for example, to have a digital payment, have a woman earning a higher income if she then goes home and it changes the power dynamic in her house and then she's exposed to more domestic violence. So you have to work on these ideas really in a very comprehensive way because they're complex and they're so deeply rooted.
Well, and I'm curious about that last one. I mean, how do you deal with that to prevent the kind of blowback that would undermine the work that's being done?
So, this is a tricky question, and this came up in our programs in the Pacific. We haven't seen it, but we've heard some anecdotal evidence that this was happening after one of our programs where the women were becoming financially empowered and earning more funding, or earning more money. So we are doing kind of a back study and evaluation to see if there actually was a rise in domestic violence. And then that just means you have to work harder on the societal piece, that it's not you're not solving the plumbing problem of how the woman gets access to the finance. You're solving the societal status of women problem that has her in such a low status that the fact that her power has risen in the family is causing more issues. So that's a more complex problem.
Well, let me ask a question to all of you then, and this is related to the question I asked Ira specifically about shareholders, which is how much luck you're finding or success you're having, I should say, in persuading the developing countries as a whole, specifically the male traditional power cultures in those countries, that the kind of changes that you're making or are advocating are not threats, but just the opposite, are the key to unlocking those countries' economic potential in a way that will redound to the benefit of the men and not just the women.
So maybe I can start with that. So we are a debt provider, but we're also a big equity investor. I mean, we're the largest pan emerging markets equity investor in the world. We have a lot of seats on board, so it starts at home. And when we looked at our own data about 5 years ago, we realized that somewhere in the range of 25 to 28% of our board seats we had chosen were held by women and the rest were held by men. So we've actually set internal targets to say by the next 3 years, 50% of our board seats will be held by women. And it's proved very interesting, even internally. And if you don't nominate a woman to a board, you have to come to me and ask for permission. And the number of times I hear, yes, but. Can't find a woman who has the skill sets. Can't find a woman who can travel. And I say, well, let's go out and try it again. And so we actually have been developing a roster. We've done a lot of training of women on boards, but it's a big challenge to find women who can actually take those roles on. And when they do, they're fabulous.
So I have a slightly different view, right? We are one of the largest payment networks. Our heritage was in card payment networks, and we were essentially a closed-loop system. We are now an open network. We fund and move money across any payment credential, a bank account or a credit card. We have learned two things about working in this way. One is we've had to be a more open ecosystem. So the fact that tech companies can now develop on our ecosystem goes a long way in telling the story to governments about why they should be much more open ecosystems. And a great example of a very simple success is what's happened with urban mobility. Train systems were always closed systems. They're now open systems. So when you're talking to Côte d'Ivoire or Tanzania or Uganda or Rwanda about why they should be more open, we're using examples from other parts of the world about why digital payments change economies, not just people's lives, change economies. And somehow money matters, right? So we're using that as a stamp to build credibility.
So in the case of the IMF, 2 years ago, there was a concerted effort to mainstream many of these issues of women's economic empowerment in the context of our surveillance and our country program work. And this was really important because for each country the issues were different. In some it was barriers to education, access to finance. In others it was large wage gaps. In others it was lack of provision of childcare that was preventing or quality affordable childcare that was preventing women from participating in the labor force. So we analyzed these issues in our country report systematically. We zoomed in on an issue, we analyzed this, and we discussed this with country governments. In the context of program countries that have a program engagement or a financial engagement with the IMF, we insisted that countries zoom in on these issues and focus on them in the context of our engagement with them. Internally, I think there is much more recognition, as my colleague from the IFC has noted, that there needs to be greater empowerment, to have more women in the highest echelons of power, even within the IMF. And that's because greater diversity means more diverse views, and this can help avoid groupthink. This can bring in different perspectives, which is good for the institution at large.
So I just want to tell a story from the negotiation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Number 5 is on gender, and I was a U.S. diplomat at the time, and I was talking in the middle of the night during the negotiation process with a Saudi delegate, and we were arguing over one provision which would allow women to inherit, because in many countries women do not have the right to inherit land or property or funds from their parents or from their father. And we had a long discussion about it, and finally he said to me, you know, I don't mind if girls inherit, I just don't want them to get more. So there are a lot of really deeply entrenched attitudes, and I don't think we expect that everyone will change their attitudes towards ours. But I remember when Twitter had no women on their board, the New York Times wrote about it, and the CEO's response was, we don't know any qualified women. And then the New York Times put out a story that said, here are 25 women, Twitter, you could put on your board. So I think part of it is just getting the word out, right? Making it known, because people are in such siloed groups that they only know each other, right? They only know men who went to Stanford, who started a tech company and invested in PayPal. So then you have to broaden the group. And I think from a kind of corporation perspective and what you can do as a consumer and as a woman who holds assets, one is you can vote proxies, right? If anybody has a share in any kind of government retirement account, you own shares in corporations and you get a proxy vote on the board. So you can vote that proxy, or you can ask your fund manager to vote that proxy. And increasingly, activist investors are putting forward resolutions on number of women on boards, policies to promote women, policies for gender equality in childcare, and anyone who has a share of the company can vote on those resolutions. So that's one thing. And then the other one is there are now financial products like index funds that specifically reward companies that are doing those things, that are promoting women and having more diversity, both gender and every other kind of diversity in their workforce, and you can buy those products. And so when you make kind of investing in women not a CSR issue or charity issue or social issue, when you make it a core business case, that's when people start paying attention. And I think the work of our colleagues to really prove the case that having women in positions of leadership improves financial performance and lowers volatility, that's when people start paying attention to it, when it hits their bottom line.
Well, I would love to keep the conversation going, and I would love to open it up to questions, but I will get into big trouble if I do either of those because we're short on time. So I apologize. Please join me in thanking Stephanie von Friedberg, Susan Carrier, Ira Doblin-Norris, and Esteban Sloan. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go right into our next conversation, which is a chat with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Senator Gillibrand.
Hello, everybody.
So, Senator, thank you so much for joining us today. You've been such a great fighter for gender and for family issues throughout your career that we're thrilled to have you. Welcome back from the campaign craziness. I imagine you must feel like one of those hostages that finally return or escape and then find that readjusting to normal life isn't so easy, insofar as you can call the life of a Washington senator normal. But let me start with a very general question, because I'm sure it's on everybody's mind, which is, as someone who has worked so hard on women's issues throughout your career, what did you learn from running for president about women in America today?
Welcome everyone. I'm delighted to be part of this conference. I learned a lot from women across the country. Women tend to be very good advocates for their families, for their children, for their communities, and they're very direct about the issues that they are facing and their biggest concerns. For example, I learned a lot about the need for mental health services in a lot of the early states. In Iowa, we were in a small town that the only mental health facility had just closed, and the patients had to drive 40, 50 miles just to access any mental health provider. It's disgraceful and outrageous, but that's the impact of a very short-sighted, unknowledgeable governor in that state who was unwilling to actually provide mental health services for the people she wanted to represent. We saw it in needs for a special needs community and for families with disabilities. I met with parents, I met with children who were not only surviving, but thriving with disabilities. And it was all about what programs worked in their communities and what I could be doing on a national level. So I really enjoyed it. I learned a lot. I've since done a bunch of roundtables around New York, specifically on these issues of mental health and disability, to really glean where is my state falling short, because I saw so many gaps in providers and opportunity for families around the country. So I think women around this country are great advocates, as all of you are. You feel things very deeply, you understand very intensely what your family is going through. And I was able to look at that. I also was able to talk about institutional racism and really talk about what my responsibility as a white woman in power who has opportunity to be a voice for the voiceless really does mean. And so I was able to speak out on those issues around the country because activists were so thoughtful and helpful in formulating where do we stand as a nation and what are the biggest impediments for opportunity for everyone in the country.
I know you've only run once, but do you have any sense of whether it's gotten any easier for a woman to run for president in the United States? And what do you think, what goes through your head when you hear that terrible word, electability, that only seems to come up with female candidates?
I think the women that are running for president are very electable. Most of us have won all our elections and won statewide elections. So if you look at me and Amy Klobuchar and Kamala Harris and Liz Warren, among us four at least, we've never lost an election prior to my recent loss. But we were elected statewide in diverse states against, in Liz's example, against incumbents, really shown that we are quite electable. So I think that's just a bit of a misnomer. I don't think it's accurate. But I think the fact that 6 women chose to run for president this year was really important. It's important for women, it's important for girls, it's important for boys to see that women not only aspire to these leadership roles, but can compete for them and do well in them. I think what Hillary Clinton did as our first nominee of a national party to really make 65 million cracks in that highest and hardest glass ceiling was really relevant. The fact that she had the courage to run not just once but twice, had the courage to run and fail and run again, the courage to put all her ideas on the table and really aspire to help this country, really showed leadership and allowed other people around the globe to see what female leadership looks like in many of its forms.
One of the core issues that you've worked on throughout your tenure in the Senate has been the fight to improve the lives and prospects of women in the U.S. military, both by dealing with the issue of sexual harassment and assaults and by working to improve the access for women to combat and other roles that were traditionally not open to them. You've had a lot of success, but what do you see as the big key jobs, the steps that remain undone?
So most of it's still undone. Unfortunately, last year there were 15,000 cases of sexual assault, rape, and unwanted sexual contact amongst military members last year. Interestingly, that's an estimated number, and more men are actually assaulted than women. More than half are men. It's just that the reporting rate by men is so low, which is a shame because then they don't get the treatment and support and mental health treatments they need, and frankly probably results in the high suicide rate we have in the American military today and amongst the veteran population. But among those who reported, about 6,000 reported, about 4,000 reported openly. And the really sad story in all of this is the rate of retaliation for those who do come forward and report is stubborn. It's at about 59%. It's not coming down in any meaningful way. And the conviction rate is also not going up. So the rate of conviction, the rate of cases actually going to trial are not going up. So we're not actually moving forward on any measurable as to what you would say is success. And so the reality is we have brave men and women who are fighting in our military, who are brutally assaulted, who have the courage to come forward, who are not only disbelieved, but retaliated against for coming forward, and justice is nearly impossible. So we have a long way to go, and I'm hoping the next Commander-in-Chief actually cares and will do something about it.
You've also worked very hard to improve the number of women in leadership roles in the military and in the various institutions that represent the United States abroad. Talk about why you think that is so important, not just for the sakes of the individuals concerned, but for U.S. national security. Why having more women representing the United States at the highest levels of diplomacy in the military?
Well, there's a lot of good reasons for that. First of all, women bring a lot of skills and experience to the table. Many women are quite good at building consensus, at finding out what people's concerns and worries are, and finding the common ground to then build solutions on top of. We are often very good at listening. We're often good at building consensus and finding common ground, which has been reported on in many studies about what women do so efficiently in the workplace. I also think if the face of America is a woman in foreign places, in consulates abroad, in leadership roles, it just opens doors. It will open more doors for America to be understood, to share commonality, to share views and values that are important for our long-term national security. From the national security space, there's been great books and articles written about how important it was for women in combat to get credit for being in combat and also to be able to build on the missions they were doing. When they were able to have a few female members accompany Army Rangers, they were able to go into villages and talk to the women, whereas our male soldiers could not. And the women were able to get important intelligence information to protect not only the unit she's traveling with, but protect the U.S. military and protect our allies. So women and men together in combination can have a whole host of qualities and experience that just make us safer and more effective from a national security and diplomatic perspective. I think there's a lot of women in foreign policy who are changing the world. I'll just look at the youngest generation coming forward, look at the work Malala's done. Look at the work Greta's done. The next speaker after me, Nadia, is going to tell us a lot about what she's accomplishing. So the next generation of women are also contributing to being thought leaders, to changing the global climate, to changing global thought. And I think that's really important and groundbreaking. So to the extent all of you here are already dedicated to foreign policy and national security and diplomacy, that's a really good thing because you can break down barriers and break down opportunities for the United States to be heard and to have our values be shared in a very effective way.
You also have a PAC that is fighting to increase the representation of women in Congress from the current 20% to 51%. How does Congress change? How does the work of Congress change when you get to that number?
So what we've seen study after study is that when women have a seat at the table, the nature of the conversation changes. And I'll give you one example. When I was first elected to the House of Representatives, I was appointed to the Armed Services Committee. My girlfriend, Gabby Giffords, was also on that committee. And we were doing a series of hearings about military readiness. And a lot of our male colleagues asked a lot about how much equipment will we buy, how many ships, how many aircraft, how many guns, how many whatevers. And the women were much more focused on the perspective of military readiness, also reflecting how are our personnel doing. And so we asked questions, why is the divorce rate so high? Why is the suicide rate so high? Why is the domestic violence rate so high? Why aren't we treating the mental health needs of our men and women? And so we pushed a whole different conversation. Gabby shared that she'd go to her military base in her district, and the doctor there said that the men and women who are being redeployed are not mentally ready to be redeployed because their dwell times were too short. Because of that hearing and that testimony, we were able to change what these rotations would look like for men and women who are serving so they could actually survive their military commitments and be able to reintegrate and have a safe family environment and survive themselves. It was fundamentally important. And so my view is when you have men and women at the table, particularly in a legislative session, just different issues will be brought to the table, but also different solutions will be offered. And we've seen study after study that shows women are more likely to co-sponsor legislation, to do things collaboratively, to actually get things done. We tend to be more productive when we are in Congress, which is why I've spent the last 8 years raising money and training and encouraging young women, women of all ages actually, women of color, women of different socioeconomic backgrounds and cultural backgrounds to run for office. Because until we have 51% of women in Congress, our voices, our views, our values, and a lot of our experiences will not be heard and won't be addressed. It's not surprising that until I was on the Armed Services Committee with 7 other women do we start having hearings about sexual assault in the military. It's not surprising that I'm leading the charge to make sure we have national paid leave as an economic engine and a way to level the playing field and get the most out of economic opportunity about our females and men who are caregivers in the workplace. Those things matter. And so having a seat at the table where you can actually make decisions changes the outcome of who we are as a country and where we're going. And I want that voice to be a more diverse voice so that all views, perspectives, and experiences are being represented in these halls of power, at these tables of power.
Let's take some questions from the audience, please. Raise your hand, and I think that we have runners with microphones. Well, I have plenty more questions that I can ask. Right here in the front, please. Do we have mics? Okay. Oh, here comes one, right here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's very inspiring to hear from you. My name is Dr. Borelli. I'm an economist. But I actually wanted to talk to you about your work in the military. I have the unfortunate experience of having dealt with family advocacy, which is a part of the military that deals with domestic violence. And it was a very awful experience. Yeah. But I did get help from my work, which is World Bank, IMF, IDB, which are also co-sponsoring this conference. So I wanted to hear a little bit more about what specifically you are advocating for to deal with these issues in the military.
So right now, when you ask women who are serving in the military, why didn't you report your sexual assault if you didn't report, and ask them if the decision-making was made outside of the chain of command, would you have been more likely to report? Over 60% say they would be more likely to report for men and women. So universally, there's an impediment because the decision-maker for these cases is the chain of command. And so, for example, if you're sexually assaulted by someone in your unit, and your commander doesn't believe you or doesn't like you or you're more junior, he may well side with your assailant. Even if he's not the decision maker about whether a case moves forward to trial, there's a view of those in the military that his commander and his commander and his commander are going to believe each other, not the survivor. And that's what actually happens. Every year I review a smattering of sexual assault cases in the military. I do all the cases from the 4 major bases, one for each service. One year, more than half of the people who were survivors were civilians, were wives and people in the community where the base was located. They have no representation when they get to the military because the decision is made by a commander who has the incentive to make sure the perpetrator who is in the military survives that review because they value that perpetrator more than the civilian or the wife or the spouse. And so that's the truth. So you got to take it out of the chain of command. That's what our legislation simply does. The decision about whether to prosecute will be put in the hands of a trained military prosecutor, someone who does it for a living, actually is a lawyer, doesn't have skin in the game, has no reason to support the perpetrator over the survivor. And so that solution's simple, it's bipartisan. The few times we've had a vote on it, more than half the Senate has supported it. But again, the DOD, President Trump, stand against it.
Right here, please. Just wait for the mic if you would.
Thank you, Senator, for your leadership. My name is Dr. Rupa Dutt. I'm the Executive Director and co-founder of Women in Global Health. We focus on gender equality and global health leadership. It was really great to hear the examples you were providing about healthcare in the United States. As a practicing primary care doctor in the country, it really resonates with me on a personal level. But more importantly, when we look at data in the health sector, we know that it's one of the widest pay gaps. When you look at gender pay gap in the health sector, it's about 26%. Women on average in this country make about sometimes up to $100,000 less a year. When you look at sexual harassment in the health sector, it's about 30 to 50%, especially trainees, so women and nurses, all health workers. So really, how can you, how do you see us addressing this, not from just fixing the women, but really fixing the systems so that women can thrive at all aspects, especially in the health sector? Thank you.
Globally or in America?
In America.
So we need to elect more women. So back to off the sidelines. You know, I've probably raised about $8 million for women candidates over the last 8 years. I recruit them, I train them, I raise money for them, and really mostly tell them you're going to win and you have all the skills and experience you need. You just need to fight for the values that you believe in, and people will give you that opportunity. And when they do, they typically do win. So if we had more women, they would begin to recognize, I think, more clearly than our current Congress and certainly this president, that women's reproductive health is our basic human right. That if you don't have bodily autonomy, if you can't decide when you're having kids, how many kids you're having, under what circumstances you're having children, you don't have a basic civil right to decide what happens to your body. I don't think men can even imagine this. I don't think they can even imagine their civil rights being taken away and being forced to do something they don't want to do. It's almost incomprehensible. But I believe if we had 51% of women in Congress, there'd be enough of us that we'd be able to persuade Republicans and Democrats who don't side with us that this is a civil right, a basic human right, and shouldn't be reduced, shouldn't be qualified, and should be allowed to rest in the hands of the woman whose body it will happen to. And I think we just have to draw a very clear line in the sand about it.
Next question, all the way in the back. I think it's table 17.
Hi, thank you so much, Senator, for your leadership. My name is Tarina Ahuja. I'm a senior in high school, and I'm a young woman who one day wants to run for office. So my question to you is, you've been a trailblazer for so many young women like me and inspired women like me. So I guess I'm wondering, what do you think is the best way to inspire and motivate other young women from different backgrounds, different ethnicities, religions, races, to run for office and to be heard in their government?
So why do you want to run for office?
I want to run for office because I think it's important to have new perspectives and new voices making legislation, because I feel like a government needs to be the voice of the people, and people like you are serving the people. I want to do that as well.
So I would tell everyone exactly that. That's exactly what should motivate you. It would motivate other women, that their voices are different, their perspectives different, their things they care about matter, that if they don't run for office, maybe nobody else will. Certainly no one who has your background and experience. And so really telling women that their voices and views are unique, and if they don't run for office, then the person who does may not share that value, may not do the thing you'd want to do. Also, the issues that you guys care about are going to be very different than something a white male of privilege is going to care about. I promise you, it's going to be very different. I remember talking to colleagues about why paid leave is so important, and I remember an affluent white male Democratic colleague saying, you know, Kirsten, I just don't see why that's a priority now. And I was like, well, I know why it's a priority, because your wife took care of everything. You probably had as many caregivers as you needed, and there was no issue. I'm the one who brings my kids to daycare. I'm the one who picks them up. I'm the one who will care for my parents when they're elderly or dying. I will do that work. You perhaps won't. So I know how important paid leave is because I live it. And I am a woman of great privilege. So imagine all the other women out there and men who have children who cannot afford daycare, who need or had a difficult pregnancy, or have a spouse who's dying, or a parent who's dying, or a sick kid who's sick. They need the time. So I know it's important, and if I'm not here, nobody might even be talking about it. So it's the same for you. Whatever issue you see in front of you that is so angers you or so concerns you, that's what's going to motivate you to run for office, and that's what's going to motivate you to ask every woman in this room to send you $1,000 or $200 or $2 so you can be heard, so that issue can be addressed. And to the last two questions, it also goes to the issue of your own political activism. Please don't minimize your voice. The problem with politics today is too many women don't think their voice matters. They don't think their vote matters. They don't think their money matters. They don't think going door to door matters. Oh my goodness, it matters. It changes who runs. It changes who wins. It changes what laws are written. It literally changes everything. And so really understand that your voice is the difference between a country that protects you and one that does not.
Well, I really hate to stop things there, especially after President Gillibrand finally stood up, but I'm afraid that's all the time we have. I'm very sorry. Please join me in thanking her.
Thank you all.
And please stay in your seats for our next speaker, Nobel Prize winner Nadia Murad, who will be in conversation with Sarah O'Hagan from the Fuller Project on International Reporting. Thank you.
We'll resume in just 1 minute. Senator Gillibrand wanted to meet Nadia Murad personally, so just 1 minute and we'll resume in a second.
Good morning. I want to be sure I'm holding this close enough so you can hear me. I want to thank you, Nadia, for being here, for stepping out of class and taking a break from vocabulary and grammar to talk with us. Thanks to Abid, you're going to be able to do that in Kurmanji instead of in English, although chatting with you outside, your English is more than adequate for any conversation. But we're here today to talk about what you're doing now, fully 5 years after the terrible events that upended your life and shattered your community and separated you from your family. And 2 years ago, you began a nonprofit organization called Nadia's Initiative. This is an organization that is working to create sustainable redevelopment of the region for the Yazidi people, to provide healing for the survivors of sexual violence, and last, to eventually seek justice for the victims of ISIS genocidal crimes. So I thought maybe we'd begin with what's going on the ground in Sinjar, what you're doing there. the conditions that allow people to return are maybe incomplete, and what kinds of projects are you launching there to try and make it more possible for people to return and reconstruct the region?
قالك ممنون از قالك بكيفم الفيدري مو فان وجهي جناهم قال فيدري بينم كا مكيرا وقت شيء بيس بيم ورا بيفم.
I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to see all the great advocates here in this room.
تشتي هكا عمل شنغالت كانوا تشتي هكا الشنغال هو أود بو بشتي مفكار قريبة بين سالة تقريبا أفسي سالة شنغالش دستي داعش دركتي هذا أحرراندن بس قالك حاجزت مازن هادنا دانين كخلق ما فنقر يمال خلق شنغال وكا إيزدي نلاجئ انجي وكا الداخل العراقي ده 9 بلكي شمالت خدورن 35000 إيزدي في بين سالو نيبال المخيمات هذا الداخل العراقي ده.
As you all know that in the past few years we have been working to rehabilitate Sinjar and help people return home, but it's been almost 3 years since most of the areas have been liberated from ISIS. Despite that, there are many barriers that we have faced and the Yazidi community have faced to return home. Yazidis are not even refugees. In fact, they are IDPs displaced inside their own countries, only 2 hours away from their homeland. And in the past 5 years, they have not been able to return. Today, close to 350,000 Yazidis remain displaced inside their own country.
شغلي كأمد كن كالآلية إيش قال كمنظمات شغلكي وكا أشهم آلية جرد في كمروف بشغلش آلية سياسي وكم وضعي سياسي حلبك إنهم قالك شوي نيزيك بمجتمع دولي رب حكومة العراق كردستان رد شغلن كأفسي سالم قاربن وضعي أمني شيء بكنش بقرانا خلقيرا بنفس الوقت تحاولين هناك مشاريع عايد كخلقي حوجة كآلية علاج آفي تعليمي ببناء الشنغال بس بنفس الوقت آلية حماية أمني بقرنا أخلقي.
There are many ways that we are involved to trying to bring stability to the Yazidi homeland in Sinjar. On the political side, we are working with our friends in the international community, the Kurdish government, the Iraqi government, to try and stabilize the situation in Sinjar and bring back security. On the side of projects, we are focusing on sustainable development, including the health sector and education. But most importantly, our main goal is to make sure that Yazidis, when they return, they are protected. So protection is one of our main focus when it comes to Sinjar and the Yazidi community.
And with regard to protection, are there specific things you're doing for the Yazidi women, for the women survivors who are returning?
ازدي تقريبا 6000 وبيسد هتاب 7000 جنوكا جوك هادنا أسابي كرين وقت داعش هاتان هاجي نيزكا 4000 وبيسدي خلاص بويا ام قالكي شغلين كحماية وان بيكرن وقت دارت كابن اجبر وقت جدست داعش دين كتاكجي عائلة وجبينينا معايا قالك تعدالي هاتينا كرن تحوجي تشتي هري بري علاج وجهكي آمنن ككاربن بقرنا سر حياتها طبيعي ما قالكي كاركر بكندا را بأستراليا را بفرنسا را كجهد آمن بدوان هتا جاركي موضعي شنقال چه بكنم زانن چه چلوه بي اي وبرنامج شي بونو فتشت أو بوه كقالك شوان نهال برينج جيد آمن را بس بزحمتها تهمو قادريني إجبار قالك جن هينا وقا هيش نكارن جي آمن ببينن كبقى هنيدا.
Our advocacy has focused on trying to make sure that we find safe places for these women, and that includes relocation to other countries, and we have worked closely with the government of Canada and advocated with the government of Canada, France, Australia, and others to try and bring some of these women to safe places and give them safe shelter and provide them so that these government can provide them with their basic needs, because as I mentioned, from 6,500 to 7,000 Yazidis were enslaved when ISIS attacked in 2014. About 4,500 of these women have returned, have escaped or survived. Many of these women have lost their family members, so their basic needs are important at the moment. Although many were able to relocate to these countries, not all of them, because it's hard to relocate all of the 4,500 women that survived. So we're hoping that other countries will also contribute.
بعد أبيت هكم نقارن مثلا دارين إنه نقارن در كبن زو دكتور مكويج ما مبادرة شكر وبري سالكي تقريبا السري بما هي نيويورك ما إعلان كن كدعم ضحية بقبلكي العراقي الكونغو هناك جهدي تر أو تعدلي هات يكرنون نقارن جد آمن ببينن وهتان هو دعم جبا دسي حكوماتها تكرن كفرنسا اتحاد أوروبي وهناك دي ترجي وسري بما هي إعلان كن كم قاربن جنان قاردر كبيجي بلكي الدولة تخودا أم دعماوان بكن قاربن بشغلن علاج وخو بكن وحياتها طبيعي بكن.
On the other hand, along with my colleague Dr. Dennis Mukwege, we have established a global fund to help survivors of sexual violence specifically. We will launch this fund on the 30th of this month in New York. This is designed to help all survivors of sexual violence, and we're hoping to start in Congo and Iraq, hopefully in the coming months. Some countries have contributed to the fund already, including France and other governments and the EU. And this is designed to help these women in their countries, at least those who are not able to relocate, to help them with health services and other needs.
We've already dived into the conversation about advocacy, but I want to just come back to the critical reconstruction work on the ground in Sinjar for just a moment to ask you how you perceive that this work resonates, or what it represents symbolically for your region, and how you see that being perceived around the world.
برأيي أفشغل متكن رمزك كتحدي إرهاب، رمزك كتحدي أو وجوده خوا وكا هرو أم شرط كم بمينن أم بنا ضحية جينوسايد بسري مدى هات بهزارة هاتنا كشتن أم هاجرين مجي آمن نديد بس بنفس الوقت أم وتحديا هرم يستريد كإيرو أم بقهنا عدالته كإيرو جه مجدس منجها كإيرو هدف داعش بجيني أو داعش وقت هاتي قولواني أساسي إنه إزدي بنقرنا ويجي وإيرو أم وتحديات كأم بمين كرمزكي تحديا إبادة بندستد وكداعش.
In my opinion, what this work represents for our community is that this community is challenging ISIS and these terrorist organizations that try to end the Yazidi community. We are fighting for our existence. We are fighting for our rights after we suffered and faced injustice at the hands of ISIS. As a community, we are fighting to be able to return and maintain our homeland and to bring justice for the survivors of this genocide, and also to fight the goal that ISIS wanted to accomplish, which was ending the existence of the Yazidi community in their homeland. And for us, it means challenging what happened to this community.
Well, as you can see, Nadia serves as a very powerful advocate for the voices of women who have survived sexual violence. And in fact, she serves as the UN's inaugural Goodwill Ambassador for the dignity of survivors of human trafficking. And I know that recently you had enormous success with the government of France in helping to resettle about 140 Yazidi families, principally single mothers with children, to France. And I wonder if you just might tell us a little bit more about that and about the power of using your own voice.
بري سالك تقريبا شو با بشتي وكم شغله ادفوكسي كير بيهتر بحكومة فرنسي راس شو ما بالو شو ما با رئيس ماكرون سجارة حتى ما قضية جرا خياكر كشلونا وكم تشينا ومشكوي هادينا ودعمك قالك ما زن مجبا رئيس ماكرون اني وكا دعمك كامل جو خدا بمينن كأم قاربن بهتر حكومتك إشخرا يا دولتك ببينن كإجدال كه خدا معنا فان أقلياتك إزدي مسيحي إدي درجي ونتيجة حكومة فرنسيز وخياكرين كسد جن أبيت داكت زاروا إجبار النفس ديادو العراق وان زحمة جنيه كميري وتشو كزارو هبن بزوجي حوجة زارو تخو خدان كوش وان جنارب زحمت بو وتقريبا هاتانها في الفي ماهيتي تالي دا جروب تالي وإيه أو برنامج خلاص بيه جو هيك تشتكي باش بو بس بنفس الوقت دعمامات كالسر أرديل شنغال كمستشفى هرا بري والشنغال إيه تشكرين بشتي أوانو بالبر بس بدعم حكومة فرنسي قالك مشاريع جديد تشيت قالوا دري دعم كمبا بريسر أردي كخويا كأنه فرنسا البش أقليات هذا سكنيا. Sorry.
As a part of our advocacy, I've met President Macron several times in the past couple of years, and as a result of his commitment and support for the Yazidi community, for the Yazidi women and religious minorities in general in Iraq, as you mentioned, he committed to relocating 100 Yazidi families. Those are mostly single mothers with minor children. And one of the reasons that we decided to focus on these women was that these women have survived and lost their husbands, but it's difficult for them to make a living and to establish a new life after what they have gone through. And so our hope was that to bring them to France, and the last group will arrive actually next month in France, where they can find a safe home and better health care and other services. But in general, our advocacy with President Macron and the French government has resulted in the relocation of these families. But not only that, President Macron has committed to building a new hospital in Sinjar with the financial support of the Nobel Peace Prize, and the French government will contribute the rest of the money. And they have done other projects and have supported us to be able to fight for our right to return home.
In fact, the Yazidi community has been very path-breaking in its treatment of women survivors in terms of issuing a kind of statement that these women should be respected, must be reintegrated, and I wonder if you might make any comments about that and how that's enabled you to play the role you're playing, or how it may have affected the role you're playing.
وقتی نوف تشتبوی ازدیاج علی دینی باد وکا قرارك درانين إنه أفجنو كأجو وقت بدقرن بين قبول كرنو أو قراره هرا باشتريبو النيف مجتمعات ويد هو دا إجبار داعش هاتو أو جنو كأجو نبكي فخوتشونو بتعدك ما زن لي هاتا كرنو وهمو محاولة خود كان كبس بفلتن وقت بفلتن بين بجهن بقرنا سر وكدين يخوا وخلق يخوا ملات يخوا و تشتكي گەلێکی باش بۆ هاتەکردن و هەتانها یەک حالە چێ نەبوو یەک ئێزدی یا ژنا خۆیان کە جاخۆیان داکە خوا قبول نەکریە.
Yes, as you mentioned, when this events happened and the Yazidi community realized that many women were taken into captivity, but after their struggles and their efforts to try and escape, when they arrived, they realized that they should issue statements and welcome all these women back. And in fact, the community, as a small community, conservative community, have been very welcoming of the women that have survived, and despite what they have been through, and supportive, and we have not seen any cases where Yazidis have not accepted these women back.
Finally, let's turn then to justice, the highest right that you seek. And together with your lawyer, Amal Clooney, you have pushed successfully for the collection of physical evidence from mass graves, as well as for greater attention to the continuing digital trail that is left by ISIS cells and sympathizers. And you have spoken about the need and the potential for an international criminal tribunal in Iraq to address not crimes of terrorism, but these crimes against women and crimes of ethnic cleansing that have yet to be heard in a courtroom. And I wonder if you might talk to us about the potential for that tribunal to happen.
الآلية عدالتي مع كاريكي جالكي ما زنكر بس واضح بكن إنه أف تشتي داعش كري وهف جن دلائل تهين وداعش بشكلك علني كري وإبادك أمازن راكر بس هر جارك تشتين شيء ببي وك إيروف تشتيل سوريا تشيد بي وتركيا وتكو ما دوري عدالته دي ما دوري وان دلائلت مكهم كري وندات كنجبر ام نزانن ایرو او داعش گرتی و همو سوریا چتکن ام نزانن او کچکو جنین مده هزار ماین جن برامه کجا برایمه کر برایمه همو ایرو چپی تینا کرن او داعش ایرو بلکه فرصه جرا خوان نفو شر روان داکن و چن ایرو دلایلت ما همو چن حتی که تیم چه ببینو که افاده هبن هکا او داعش همو دیسایرو وندا ببین ام از شاعرم وان هر دو اسبوعیت افتش چه بوی انو ام دور كتن ديسا او دلائل او شهدت مداين السروان داعش انه ونداب بنجبر ايرو فرصه شوان رني في شر الرخو ونداك.
Yes, as a part of our advocacy and the quest for justice, we have worked hard to establish the UN team that is responsible for collecting the evidence of these crimes and the evidence in these mass graves. However, the events that are taking place currently with the military operation Turkey is doing in Syria, and what is happening on the ground there is another step backwards from justice. And our fear is that many of these ISIS prisoners that have committed genocide and crimes against these women will be able to escape. In fact, 3,000 Yazidis who are still missing, including my nephew, my niece, and my sister-in-law. We still don't know anything about them. In these territories, it will be harder for us to find them. And again, the testimonies and the evidence is going to be easily disappearing, especially on that side of that country. And so what is happening is completely unacceptable. You know, ISIS was public about their crimes against Yazidis, and the evidence is out there, but these events that are happening are just taking us back a step backwards.
غيري ويك جوكا كعدالة شبوبا عدالة و اف عدالتهم لي شغلن بمعنى انه ضمان دابا خلق بقريابا اف تشتيفا بين سالة شبوي وي او درس قد كرباكا هكا خلقي داعش شكل محكمة دبايا جبتني بهزارات قرطين البحكومة عراق سوريا القلق جهة بس إيرو منطقة ما كشنقال جي سر حدود سوريا قالك يعني زيكي خطرية إيرو سي أسبوع خلقي ما ديسا كتا ترسا كمازن أم ترسنا وسد هزاري وقريا شنقال بشتي يتعدى كمازن لهاتي بشتي أمالي ما بخلق بقري أو سد هزار دي سبب يلاج وباز بدنو ذركة بنجبر خلقة شعري بخطرك قالك يا مازن.
but also as a part of this justice for the victims of this genocide is not only bringing ISIS members to court, it's also giving the Yazidi community guarantees that they can return home without fear of being persecuted again. And thousands of ISIS prisoners are also held captive on the Iraqi side. Those should be prosecuted for their crimes against the Yazidi community. At the same time, the 100,000 Yazidi that have returned to their home in Sinjar, in the past 2 weeks, they have been living in fear, the fear of the events in Syria spilling over into Iraq, and the fear of being displaced again, and the fear of facing discrimination and attacks again.
On the Iraqi side of the border, there have been, however, recently a kind of civil flowering or civil demonstrations demanding greater responsiveness and greater accountability on the part of the government. And I was thinking, in fact, that it's a kind of sign that perhaps there are others who are starting to share your priorities and to put these words into action. So, in terms of the kind of work that you've been doing on the ground, I was wondering if the demonstrations inside Iraq will affect it, or how if they kind of, put more wind behind your sails.
مظاهرة إيد عراقي بيتر الآلية جنوبوان وكا السر منطقة ما تشتكيناك بس بهر وقع شنقالج عراقي رنا أولوية فسي سالة الوضعي أمني بتنيم بعراقي رد شغلين كبس خطوة كببا إنه وضعي أمني ركب أشكال شنقال دخل كما بقري أو نكري فسي سالام برد شغلين هتان هيك مدرسة عراقية شنقال دا آفانا كري بشتيف تعدال ما هاتكرين وكما أملك مبخوخوا دفاع خودكن ما أملي خوا بشتخوا كبي قرينا داجبر أم قالك بيرا شغلين ما قالك رجاء جيكرين على الأقل حليت سياسي بينن هتانها نديدين تأثيراوان دي ملسر السر منطقة ما هي أوان بخو إجبار تأثيرك أو وقت تشتكينا كن حلاكينا بين.
These protests that are taking place are mostly on this in South and in Baghdad. However, they do affect Sinjar, but at the same time, Sinjar has not been a priority for the Iraqi government, and evidence to that is that in the past 3 years we have failed to convince the government to take real steps to work on the security side in Sinjar and to help Yazidis return home. In fact, in the past 3 years, the Iraqi government has not built one single school in Sinjar, as an example of their lack of focusing on Sinjar. We have not depended on the government to help rebuild Sinjar. We are trying to do this ourselves. But at the same time, without their cooperation, it's difficult to get these things done.
اجده هزارو چارده ده 100,000 ازدی بولاج ادركت وتقريبا 3,500 او ضحيه الزكي عراقي ده المال خدا مواطنه عراقي تعدلي هاتا كرن وان جباز او دركتن هتان هو عراقي خطوه نبريا باف اقليه خلاص اجبر روج بروشم خلاص بن شويه اجبر امنا ام خوانا كن كمواطنين درجات واب بريج ونادت ويج.
Since 2014, 100,000 Yazidis have immigrated from Iraq, and those who survived a genocide and have been living in camps inside of Iraq, close to 350,000 Yazidis, have not gotten the attention that they deserve from the Iraqi government. In fact, they have failed to provide the services and the protection for those for the Yazidis. And I'm afraid that they're not even considered as second or third class citizens at this time.
You have shown us in your conversation this morning how, although the Western world has has lauded you with every human rights accolade it has to offer, culminating in the Nobel Peace Prize last year, that what you value, much more than prizes, is action. Action to right the wrongs of the past and to bring healing to the afflicted. So you've partially just answered this question, but as you leave this audience this morning, what is it that you want them to think about or to do?
تشتي مدفيز بيجم إنه بابري بين سالا جنبو أو تشتي تشيبوي الشنغال ده درجة دي تشنابه كهجرة ككشتين كسبي كرين بس إيرو والسوريا دي ساد كرره كإيرو ما خطواك وجنيد فردا خطواك نبرج برجنيد نهال ودريت عدالي تاكرين بلكي بقى واجي بين سالي دي دريتي.
Now realize that what then happened to us has happened to others and continues to happen to other, especially women around the world. And from slavery, from sexual slavery, from persecution and other crimes against us. But I just want you to think about what is happening in Syria now, and that everyone should think about what is taking place in Syria, and that this might lead to more displacement and more violence against women especially, and we all need to do our part to help.
Nadia, I thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Nadia, for sharing your inspiring story with us and for inspiring us to join you in advocating for women and girls around the world and for the Yazidi women in particular. Thank you also to Sarah for moderating this conversation. I'll just note that Sarah O'Hagan is the chairman of the board of the Fuller Project, which is one of our editorial partners. And together we've been doing incredible coverage of women around the world and coverage by women of international affairs, and it's incredibly important work. Now it's time for the lunch conversations, and this is really exciting. Before we break for lunch, I'd like to turn it over to Flavia Tello. She's the coordinator of the Inter-American Task Force on Women's Leadership, and she'll speak briefly about the power of mentorship and the task force to mentor the next generation of leaders. Thank you, Flavia.
Muchas gracias, Diana. Good afternoon. Thank you. During the last summit of the Americas in Peru last year, leaders of the American states approved the creation of the Inter-American Task Force on Women's Leadership, an alliance between international and inter-American institutions. As you can see on the screen, the task force is composed of key institutions as UN Women, UNDP, IDB, Parlamericas, PAHO, the Inter-American Commission of Women of the OEAs, which have recognized expertise and programming in the areas related to women's leadership. Our mission is to strengthen the commitment of key actors and harmonize our efforts to achieve even greater efficacy engaging women's leadership across various sectors and at multiple levels throughout the Americas and the Caribbean. To do so, the task force members have agreed to work together in 3 commit hemispheric initiatives in the pipeline that we are launching in 2020. First, a communication and advocacy campaign that aims to generate awareness and commitment among decision makers and produce cultural changes that put an end to the barriers that hinder women's empowerment. Second, a project on data, analysis, and evidence collection for a better understanding to close gaps. And last, but not least, a mentoring program. Regarding the mentoring program, it aims to contribute to strengthening women's empowerment, to provide them with important skills while we promote the culture of mentorship among women to support the next generation of leaders coming from all backgrounds. Mentoring is the art of sculpting. The art of sculpting lies in the ability to see beauty and potential everywhere. But it's not about seeing other women for what they are. The challenge is that we see other women and ourselves for who we can become. The challenge is to recognize women's potential around us, and with them, sculpting powerful leaderships, sharing our expertise, lessons learned, the keys to success, carving out opportunities and opening doors to empower them. As women who have the opportunity to participate in decision-making, we have the responsibility of inspiring and supporting other women to have more of those women taking a seat at the table. However, at the same time, we need to have empathy with those women that don't have the same opportunities because they are not born with the same chances in life. As Nancy Fraser says, feminism shouldn't stop at envisioning a minority of women represented at the top, breaking the glass ceiling, while the majority of women picks the broken glass off of the floor. To achieve that, we, at the Inter-American Task Force on Women's Leadership, want to invite you to join us at our initiatives. We need to champion women through participation in our communication campaign and fill it with inspiring messages. We want to count on you as mentors, speakers at our events, and if possible, we need your support to reach out to more women from traditionally excluded groups so that no one gets left behind. The main goal of the task force is to position in the Americas and the Caribbean as the leading region in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal target, contributing to accelerate the commitment and actions of all relevant sectors toward greater women's leadership in all areas of power and decision-making. We'd love to count on you to achieve that. Thank you.
Gracias, Claudia. Thank you. So now to put the power of mentorship into practice here at the summit, we'll be taking a short break for lunch. We'll be reconvening on the main stage around 1 o'clock. So if you can please step outside in the hall. There will be box lunches. Please grab a lunch. Come back to your chairs. You each have a mentor at each of your tables that have been pre-assigned. And we're incredibly lucky to have all of them joining us. Each and every one of them are incredibly accomplished women. They're ambassadors, private sector executives, and civil society leaders, and we're lucky to have them. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you.
1, 1. Sound check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
No me confundas la vaina. No, tengo la cabeza llena de eso. Entonces, este es el orden que lo vamos a poner en la silla. 2, 4, 5, ¿verdad? 2, 4, no.
Uno, 1, 2. Este es el 1. Estamos seguros que es 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. ¿Sabes cómo cambian las baterías a este? Uno, dos. ¿Lo dejaste sin bola? Uno, uno, dos, uno, dos. Audio check, 1, 2, 3. ¿Dos de aquí? 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Dime. Sí, vi. Entonces este. 1, 2, 3. Entonces lo que hago aquí es... Y así, y así. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Uno, uno, uno. Y este es el podio. Pero como no tenemos, ponemos ese en el podio.
Hello, hello. I hope you're enjoying lunch. We're going to get started in a couple minutes, so just wanted to give a 2-minute warning. We're going to get started with the rest of our program. Thank you.
One, two.
Todavía no. Todavía no.
One, two, three.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Welcome back to our programming for Her Power 2019. It is almost a shame to interrupt what is clearly vibrant discussions on every single table here. And I'm very glad that all of you are enjoying meeting each other and exchanging notes about some of the great discussions we've had so far. Welcome back again to Her Power. If you're tweeting, it's hashtag HerPower2019. My name is Ravi Agrawal. I'm the managing editor of Foreign Policy. And it's really a great honor and a privilege to be here today to kickstart our post-lunch session. It's usually very difficult to get people excited about these kinds of events after lunch because you're probably drowsy. But I'm very pleased to say we have very exciting sessions coming up, especially my next one, which is about a movie. See, now everyone's paying attention. You've all grown up with the story of Joan of Arc. Half a world away, I grew up in Calcutta in India, and I didn't know that much about Joan of Arc growing up, but the warrior queen that I was familiar with growing up in India was Lakshmi Bai. And for those of you who don't know her, Lakshmi Bai in the 1800s in India was the leader of the princely Indian state of Jhansi in central India. And she was leading a group of female fighters and also male fighters, but
became a focal point in the larger Indian resistance of the 1800s against the British East India Company. And around about that time in 1857, when India was beginning its first national rebellion against the British, 100 years before India finally gained independence in 1947, there were many arenas of battle against the British East India Company. Perhaps the most interesting one was the one that was playing out in Jhansi, where the Queen, Rani Lakshmibai, was betrayed by the British, and she was actually loyal to the British before that, but she then led a very brave fight against them. She ended up dying, but her story is a story that every single child in India knows about, because she fought so bravely on the battlefield, and in many ways, she was an icon of feminism way back when that word wasn't being used in India. So we're going to talk about that in our next session. I'm going to invite on stage a person who is, in her own right, an icon in India and here. She is the director of a movie called Warrior Queen of Jhansi. But before we bring her on, I just want to play a short clip from the movie so you get a flavor of the work she's done and who Rani Lakshmibai actually is. Over to the movie.
You are our greatest warrior. Now you must be a queen.
The East India Company is the greatest corporation in the history of the world.
And we will protect our interests.
Agreed.
I must inform you that the East India Company will proceed with the annexation of Jhansi.
He seized the throne from my son. I must do what is best for my people, as your queen must do for hers. Is that young queen still refusing to submit to company rule?
She will never surrender. She needs to be broken and destroyed.
The British have not yet arrived. They are merely gathering their strength. Manu navhe. Apan Rani Lakshmibai bolat ahat. We will fight for what is ours, and we will win.
We have lost too many men.
Who said anything about men?
You really think you can train these women to fight like men?
No. I will train them to fight better than men. We women have several forms: mother, daughter, sister, friend. We must unite in one incarnation, Virangana.
Women are going to lose us this whole bloody empire.
She's more than just a woman. She's an idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a round of applause for Swati Pise, the director of the movie?
Thank you.
Let's grab you a mic. Maybe that one. Swati, welcome to Her Power. It's really an honor to have you here. And the story of the Rani of Jhansi is such an interesting one. It's such an iconic one for Indians. But here you are bringing this movie to the world. It's releasing November 15th in the United States. Why don't you give us a sense of why this movie is important and why now?
I decided to make this film because I wanted to share her story, not really about just talking about the Rani, but I wanted to use her as an inspiration to global women. And I felt that as a classical Indian dancer for several years working with Symphony Space and Lincoln Center, teaching since 1991, and since '82 in this country at Columbia and Barnard, I had managed to do a lot of programs on women's empowerment, on Kali and Durga and the freedom fighters, but my outreach was never enough. And after several 200 concerts a year and a lot of kneecap damage, I realized that once I stopped performing, how am I going to get these women's stories out
except for, this very artistic limited audience and teaching at all the top private and public schools and doing all this work in Brooklyn and Coney Island and Manhattan and the 5 boroughs. And I said, I'm going to make a film. So everyone looked at me and said, you're not Elle Woods to get up one day and go to Harvard, so why would you just make a movie? And I said, no one else is doing it. And I'm really tired of waiting for someone else to do something. So I'll get up. I'm a history major. I did British history and Indian history. Let me write the script. So I wrote the script. I speak the language, both Hindi and Marathi, and the Rani came from a province. She was not a queen. She was an ordinary young woman who married a king, much older than her. And when he died, she took over the reins. And her story fascinated me because I saw in her not an Indian queen or a Jhansi ki Rani. I saw in her every woman. And I said, why can't I share her story with the world, especially at this time when her story should resonate, and if there's 1% of the Rani in every woman, we can fight back, because she took on the East India Company. I mean, madness.
Which at the time was one of the world's, or if not the world's biggest private company,
yes,
with its own army.
Yes, they came in as traders. As we all know, they were in India for 300 years. They came in to trade. They slowly had their own army. They were the first corporate bailout ever in the history of what we now see Goldman and AIG had in 2008. So I was interested on many levels to think, here is foreign policy at work, here's economics, here's a bailout. This is when the queen never ruled. And a lot of people don't realize this because they say, oh, she was a woman, she took on the East India Company, she was stupid, and she died. But at 29, she had no Twitter, and she had no social media, and she has still existed. And she's existed because every child in India is told, who do you think you are? My mother did that. Do you think you're the Rani of Jhansi taking on the world? And I always wondered, you want people to be like her, yet you question, saying, why are you doing this? No one's going to support it. And I said, I must bring out not just her story, but the spirit of this woman who did this at 29. And I was careful when I wrote the story. She married the king who was kind to her. She was his second wife, because he wanted children, because the doctrine of lapse had taken place and they used to take over the annexation of the empire. And she had said to the British that my husband was loyal to you. What is the reason you're doing this? And they said, pure economics. We're broke. We need money. And they did say to her that if you stand up against us, we will make you an example. Now I saw that all women are made examples, break her, destroy her. Don't allow her to come forward. And she did create the first female cavalry. So when India got her independence in 1947, the first army that was existing was called the Rani Lakshmi Bai Cavalry. So this woman is truly an idea. And I think if we embrace that a woman could do it, who was called by the British, is she Joan of Arc or is she the Jezebel of India? And again, I thought all women who take on an empire or people, they are always termed Jezebels. So I said, I think I prefer that title to being just a Joan of Arc, because it means you got noticed, you made a difference, and you will stand up for what you believe in. So
that's wonderful. And I guess what's important there is that while, most Indian children grow up with her story, in globalizing it, you're sort of reclaiming as well the notion of an Indian warrior queen. And I guess this also leads me to another question I've often grappled with, which is the strange dichotomy of how women are perceived in places like India. So look at South Asia more generally. On the one hand, it is a place where women have broken several glass ceilings. The first female head of state in the world was from Sri Lanka, Bandara Naike. India has had Indira Gandhi, Pakistan has had Benazir Bhutto, Bangladesh has had Khalida Zia and Sheikh Hasina. So you've got all of that, but on the other hand, you also have very low rates of female education, literacy, very low rates of female workforce participation, obviously patriarchal societies. How do you balance those? So why is that the case? Why the dichotomy?
India is a very complex country. So in fact, when you say, I went out and had Indian curry, that doesn't exist. The same way, India to say Indian women are backward or not backward is incorrect, because we're a heterogeneous society. Education is at several different levels. Most of the people who are educated speak very good English, and it is their first language. India is like Europe, so most of us speak 5 to 6 regional languages, and a lot of people who don't speak English in India are called illiterate, even though they speak the equivalent of Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese. And I have to keep telling them, you're not illiterate, you're just speaking your regional languages. And Macaulay, when they had written in British history, he said the only way to conquer India is to break the backbone of India with her culture and heritage. So today's new government is trying to revive it and is being actually attacked for it. But if we think about 300 years of British rule, before that the Mughal rule, the actual Puranic and Rig Veda, which talked about environment and climate control, which I was telling you, and talking about the water and the Himalayan mountains and how to preserve it, was not based on religion, but it was based on environment and climate. When it talks about water, fire, air, ether, the sun and moon, the dividers of time in the Rig Veda, and in the Shiva Puranas, it talks about balance of nature and climate control. But when it is in an Indo-European language, the oldest, called Sanskrit, and no one comprehends it because there's no education, then it is reporting that is done incorrectly. So I was hoping that just through a movie, I managed to reach out and change a lot of misconceptions even about the Indian woman, because she lived in Jhansi. She was originally from Maharashtra, which is where all of them are very fiery women who are more into just theater, literary, culture, arts, no business. I happen to hail from there, so we're a little stupid. And they pretty much do what they do, but they are a matriarchal society in the South, as well as the Deccan, because we were not attacked by the conquerors. The British and the Mughal rule and the Portuguese, you know, they could not really get beyond the Deccan plateau. So the South India is still very matriarchal, and the women are very powerful. They don't necessarily go about saying, doing, but the men make the coffee and they make sure that the women are kept happy. And in Kerala, the women, if they don't like what the man's doing, they just take his slippers and keep them outside, which means, you know,
Time to go.
time to go.
You know, one of the things with a movie like yours, set in 1857, you get the sense almost that you're trying to harken back to a time before other influences. So, for example, there's a school of thought that with colonization, Victorianism brought prudishness to India, along with the petticoat and the bra. There's a sense as well that, I guess, where you're getting at is that you want to try and inspire as well a newer generation of women and Indian women who can see Lakshmi Bai's story, and then where do you see that going after that?
So we come back to, you know, women in India. North is different, South, educated are different, the urban, rural are different, and in many parts, I would tell you, the rural women are far smarter than the urban, both sexually more emancipated as well as earning money for their drunken husbands at home. So that is a large part of India that we don't understand. The North is much more of the Mughal influence, so they are more, you know, outgoing and with very lavish homes, but very conservative upbringing, where they keep them, you know, back home. While in the South, you will have very simple living, kind of high thinking, even the Deccan, but all of them are pretty educated. Everyone has to know, you know, from the violin to music to theater to poetry to talking about Western philosophy and Eastern, including Dostoevsky. So it was just constantly dinned in that if you didn't have education, you have nothing. So India is truly difficult when you ask a question like that, that I don't think anything can change till we have more education and less population. And I want to share her story because she was you know, one of my lines in the film is mother, daughter, sister, friend, but above all, she's a warrior. Because she tied her son to her back and rode into battle.
And describe some of that, because there are scenes in the movie where she's fighting with 2 swords, on a horseback.
Yes, her in-laws and her father would say, you know, you have to know all the things the girls should do, like cooking, and she used to run off and play with horses, and she used to make little bombs and firearms for fun. And that is who she was. She was well educated, and she wanted to take on the East India Company only because what they were doing was wrong. Because even at the end of it, when she took them on, it was the Indian taxpayer who had to pay for her going into the first war of independence. So, you'll see that it's not just her. Her story is big because she was so big, but there were many women like her. The Begum of Awadh was there, Baizabai, there were all single women who were, some of them were bankers, like Baizabai was a banker who was lending money to the East India Company, and she was based out of Banaras. So I'm in awe of those women who in 1850s were able to take on an entire establishment, including the religious establishment, which said, you're a widow now, you have to shave off your head, your hair. And she said, no, I won't, and I'll pray 15 minutes extra.
Yeah.
So, she knew how to deal with politics, how to deal with her socio-economic. She had, her best friend was a dancer, which was considered wrong. Her name was Moti Bai, and she was a Muslim court dancer. She didn't care. Her other best friend was what they called the Dalits, which is a political party now, but they were the untouchables or the scheduled caste, and she was one of her personal friends who used to dress her up. So here's a woman, I said she didn't know about feminism and talk about, gender equality, and yet she had all of it. And I truly think she must have been an idea, and maybe we should look at that she didn't blame anyone. It wasn't men against women, women against men. She just spoke what she wanted, did what she wanted, and pretty much said, if no one's going to help me, I'm just going to do it. And she did leave behind a huge legacy that all of us have been in awe of. And I just wondered, except for 1952, when a film had been made called The Tiger and the Flame, no film was made, not even in Bollywood, but they did make a lot of serials, I believe, which showed all this black and white, good guy, bad guy.
Well, you've made the film. It's a great film, and I hope that it gets seen. It is The Warrior Queen of Jhansi. It comes out November 15th, an inspiring story that I hope a new generation of people around the world can learn from. Swati Phise, thank you very much for coming on stage.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Thank you all. Very inspiring.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're stuck with me for a little bit longer because we have a couple more sessions coming up, and next up, I'm going to walk with you almost off stage. Next up, we have a guest who was not originally on our program, but she was very keen to address this audience here today. Her name is Sheila Jackson Lee. She is the Democratic representative from Texas's 18th Congressional District. She sits on 3 congressional committees. She's a senior member of the House committees on the Judiciary and on National Security. And she's a newly appointed member of the crucial Budget Committee. She's also gotten several awards. She was named by Congressional Quarterly as one of the 50 most effective members of Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee to address you. So we're just waiting for her to come on stage. She was, of course, invited and wasn't able to make it in the beginning, and now she's back on the program. So here she is, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Over to you.
What an exciting session that we just had. Why don't you give our outstanding producer and introducer of this wonderful warrior a very big applause. We should all be excited about warriors. And as well, let me thank both Andrew and Ravi for their great work on the Foreign Policy magazine, an important document and vehicle for the work that I know that we all need to do. And as well, let me thank Diana, who I understand this is her vision. When you have a vision, you deserve applause. I think I'm getting rid of this thing right here. So let me indicate we are a little sensitive to popping in on events So I want to thank them for inviting me initially and me changing my schedule to be able to be here. And I'm excited to be here because you look like a fantastic and ready to go audience. So I will ask again if you will applaud yourselves because you are ready to go. Let me indicate that I've had the privilege of serving in the United States Congress for a number of years, and in that I've had an enormous privilege of working on issues around the globe. And I want to speak today to the idea that foreign policy is the face of America, and America's face is being shown by its foreign policy. And there's no greater place for women to be engaged than the concepts, the ideas, and the actions of foreign policy. I will not speak of what is occurring quite vigorously on the Hill, but I will mention Ukraine because two important women are involved in explaining the facts. It shows that the importance of women in foreign policy and leadership is crucial. Former ambassador to Ukraine had a simple statement that she did nothing wrong, but she was willing to serve her nation for more than 2 decades. How proud we should be that women are at the forefront of leading on issues of places that are challenging. Fiona Hill, herself a senior member of the State Department, a Russian expert, willing to speak to her patriotism, to be able to provide the insight of her knowledge. This kind of intertwining of the leadership of women is what I want to challenge you on. I'm reminded of my experiences, first joining Secretary Madeleine Albright on the border of Bangladesh, receiving human trafficked victims back into Bangladesh, some having been sold by their families for dollars. Women can have a very important role in the quashing of the epidemic of human trafficking, which I'll elaborate on just a few minutes. I became a friend of Benazir Bhutto, the emerging Prime Minister of Pakistan. A breath of fresh air, an opportunity to be a change maker. And in 2007, as she was running for office, with all the hopes and dreams of young Pakistanis, she was assassinated. Just a week or two after we had conversed and I was ready to come to her inauguration. Women are not only change makers, but they're in the eye of the storm. So what do I want to say to you today? I want to be able to say to you that there are places around the world that only women can confront the conflicts, the injustices. Somewhat similar to First Lady Hillary Clinton, went on to be Secretary of State, who first said that human rights are women's rights are human rights. And we need to find a space that part of our agenda is being the holders of our own values here in the United States and trying to work with nations around the world to ensure that our values are not extinguished. Are they extinguished in Ukraine when Russia takes Crimea? Is that not a human rights question as much as an annexation? Should our voices not be raised when businesses have to subject themselves to the modes of our good friends in China? Many of them are my good friends. But human rights should always be promoted. Where are women in speaking to their fellow sisters, many of them dissidents in China, fighting for the empowerment of their voices on the question of human rights? The idea of our NATO friends. Obviously, NATO is a common bond that deals with the question of if I am in the line of fire, you join me. But what do we say about Turkey, that many of us thought would be a good addition to NATO? What do we say about a phone call, a simple phone call that indicated without consultation, maybe you need to remove those small number of troops that were more than a thin line. They were a border, if you will, for the salvation of women and children. Our voices need to be raised in concern. I will leave here and go back to the Hill to confront the idea of how do we stop the bloodletting and the loss of women and children. How do we avoid the idea of the Russian takeover of the region? These are issues of women. These are issues of those of you who are activists. You may not be able to get on the next plane to Syria. We all may have different views of the conflict there, but I always believe that we can focus our voices on the question of empowering women and children, of saving them from the bloodshed, of having empathy, of fleeing families. Because that empowers the lawmakers to know that the American people are not well settled, are not happy about such conflicts. I hope that we will hear those voices. My heart breaks to see the video and the visuals of those individuals that are now fleeing, and most of them, little eyes of children shocked by the bombing. And I hope that we will put in place a no-fly zone so some stability can be established so that we can move forward to begin to see how we can resolve this issue. We know as well, as the co-chair of the Pakistan Caucus, as I think of the region, that it is important that we have our voices raised for Afghanistan and Pakistan and India and Bangladesh, that that region be as peaceful as possible, that human rights is promoted everywhere in the region. Taking you around the world in 80 days or less, but regions that can afford and deserve the attention of women. There's such a body of activists in that region, even in Afghanistan. I'm reminded of women members of Congress who went to meet with women parliamentarians really quite a few years ago, right after the somewhat first end of the Afghan war, to help write the Constitution. You may not know that the Constitution was written with the input of members of Congress from the United States, who put a large piece of the rights of women in their Constitution. They only need to be further embraced, even in this turmoil, by those of us who remind the government of that power of women, and to seek the importance of getting a resolve with the Taliban so that women can lead and be the kinds of leaders who will now promote the goodness of Afghanistan and the restoration and the opportunities for children to be able to learn and grow, even in this tumultuous land where the Taliban controls a large part. Should not the children, should not the girls have the ability to be educated? I believe that women in the United States, those who are involved in foreign policy, can be real voices of strength. Now with the new medium of tweeting, we can let our voices be heard as insult after insult rains out from around the world. You don't know how powerful it is for an activist or a advocate for human rights or women's rights here in the United States to raise their voices when something happens where women who are fighting and somewhat vulnerable, the most vulnerable population. Many of us remember Sudan. And the Darfur situation of genocide was really on the backs of women. For women were the breadwinners, and so they were the most vulnerable when they had to go out to restore or to claim firewood. They'd be killed by the Janjaweed. Just coming back from Burkina Faso and Niger and Djibouti, conflict is raging on the continent of Africa. Good things are going on. Young people are the largest population. 60% of the continent are young people calling out for leadership, calling out for opportunity, and young women. But at the same time, because it's so vast, because we have so much to do, our voices are not being raised about the horrible conflicts of Boko Haram and those ISIS groups who have made their way across North Africa and now are creating havoc, causing villagers to have to flee. My message is that there is not a place where our voices are not needed. I am enabled and excited about, in some small measure, someone hearing my voice, that I stand with them in their time of crisis. Women here in the United States are admired and respected. They believe we have the kind of freedom that they have yet to obtain, though we fight for the Equal Rights Amendment. But we have a sense of freedom. We are seen around the world. They know the names of women who are in foreign policy. And the fact that we have gathered here today, and mostly an audience of women, I want to assure you that your voice can be a valuable deterrent to some of the atrocities that are happening, although they happen every single day. There is no way that we cannot feel a sense of pain for families that are now upended in this conflict dealing with the Turkish border and Syria. There is no reason to claim who we're for or against. We know there was a fragile stability. ISIS contained at least those who were incarcerated or detained under the guise or guidance or protection or supervision of the Kurds. It's a fragile peace, but it was a stability. And now we have, in my mind, the loss of life of children and women, as I said earlier, that pains me every day. We need the voices of women across America to really push for some form of resolution, at least to get these families away from direct violence. I mentioned very briefly NATO Article 5, and that is, of course, that we all protect each other, those of us who are in NATO, and I believe that that is a valuable provision. But I also think NATO has a responsibility to stand up, and not only in arms, but in peace, to be able to join and ask their members to cease this conflicted position that is causing such bloodshed. I think I mentioned briefly the issue of human trafficking. You might not believe the fact that the larger number of traffickers are women around the world. They do it for a variety of reasons: for poverty, for being forced into it. Human trafficking is a cause that all of us, every single day, should be speaking to and being aware of, because it happens here in the United States. And as a member of the Homeland Security Committee, I can't tell you the many times that trafficked women have been caught coming in on airplanes into our nation's international airports. Individuals from China and elsewhere coming in to be trafficked here in the United States. So you can imagine there's not a lack of opportunities for our voice. Oh, I would like it if somebody said, I'm leaving right now to the border in Syria. But I realize that that is not an apt thing to do. But I will say that the idea of your voices are a crucial and important part of foreign policy. How many of us know that in this world, female genital mutilation continues? Some aspects of communities in the United States. I've been working on this issue for a very long time. I hope that there will be an opportunity for real positive legislation here in the United States that condemns female genital mutilation. It goes on around the world. But wouldn't it be nice if our voices were the first to be raised to establish it as against the law right here in the United States? I wanted to make this other point on human trafficking, that 100% of some of the traffickers are children as well. Some people deal only in children and they are trafficked. Can you imagine the lives that are broken because of the first experience of a little 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old who were human trafficked for sex, not as much for labor. Causes that should draw us at least to our pen and paper to be able to make a difference. As a member of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, week after week, we are hearing from people from around the world that are asking us to respond to the violations of human rights in their particular region and country. It is enormous about the human rights abuses that the world is experiencing. In our way of holding hearings, we try to give them light and opportunity to be heard. We try to let the message to go back in our words as commissioners on that commission, to go back to their respective countries that the United States is watching. I believe the American people should be watching. There are so many different things that we could be involved in, but I can assure you, as I've had the privilege of visiting heads of states around the world, the admiration for the United States is unparalleled. It is without comparison. They just believe it's a glimmer of hope. They do believe in that city on the mountain, that shining city on the hill. And women can connect with their sisters and give them the strength to be able to carry that burden even further. I've worked on the Helsinki Commission, and our experience has been that most of what we do when we go to the Commission in places in Europe is to speak about human rights and to be able to render amendments that will enhance the ability for what we take for granted: freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, because in so many places that is not even a concept of understanding. We also do things like try to stop doping in the Olympics. And I've written legislation called the anti-doping legislation after the enormous abuse of the athletes in Russia some years ago at the Olympics. And all the nations have joined us saying that we want to stand up against doping. We can find ways to make the world better if we find ways to extend the arm of friendship. I remember when little Malia, 12 years old, refresh her memory, was shot by terrorists in Islamabad some years ago because she simply wanted to go to school. I thought it was appropriate to introduce legislation to give her a Congressional Gold Medal, but look at her now. She's continued her mission. She is in school. She has won an enormous amount of accolades, including a Nobel Peace Prize, or at least nominated for such, because this little 12-year-old girl, this girl decided to go beyond her pain, beyond her status, and to use the value of being a girl and now a woman to press against the untoward actions of those who thought that they were going to terrorize other girls to not deal with the idea of education and making themselves better. There are many things that are overlapping in the work that I do in judiciary and otherwise that are in fact dealing with foreign policy. I would hope that you would join in hoping that we all support the ending of foreign influence in our elections. We continue to work on that every single day. So my hope today would be that as you continue your session, that you will find the pathway in your own work to be able to have your voices raised on indignities that occur, that are in the international arena, that our globalism will be activism. And I know that many times activism generates the offense of the nation upon which you are chiding or commenting on. Lo and behold, for those of you who watch the interaction with basketball and our friends in China, I intend to write on that issue. because I believe more than dollars and cents, the sacredness of our being a standard bearer for human rights is far more superior. And I would argue the fact that it is better to be a teacher of truth and reconciliation than to be silent in the backdrop of necessities of going along to get along. We can be a powerful part of change in the world, from Sudan to the many parts of the continent of Africa, to the challenges that we're facing in Venezuela and South and Central America, to the understanding of those who are fleeing in the Northern Triangle and coming up to the southern border where I live in Texas, women and children who I met at the border, who I got to see, who I knew had no ill intent other than to run away from decapitation and murder, little babies coming 45 days old, long journeys just to seek an opportunity for asylum. A big country like this, taking in over the years a few that have had to come during surges. One was in 2014, this is now in 2019. There are so many places where we can be a voice. And then we can seek and understand the strength of all of those who we have admired, the women who are running for president, the women who have served as secretaries of state, the women in the United States military, many of whom have been the bridge of peace in their role as members of the United States military. And then those who I see in the Foreign Service offices or in the embassies. Let me give my hat off, tip my hat to Foreign Service officers. They do a mighty task in dangerous places. They put a wonderful face on who we are as Americans. They should be applauded, and I will stop for a moment as I close for you to applaud those in the Foreign Service, wherever they are, all over the world. And I hope that, although we all get excited about the Olympics, and I'm particularly excited about the Olympics, because I have as my constituents the greatest Olympian, Simone Biles. Knew that would excite you. And so her success, her proudness, her capabilities encourage me. Because when she goes to the Olympics, she will be another face of America, where women and girls will admire her skills and ability. I want women and girls around the world to be empowered by the greatness of those in this room, for them through what we do in our work on foreign policy, even if they cannot recite the words of our Constitution, to create a more perfect union, or understand the First Amendment and the freedoms that we are given in speech and assembly and religion and expression, or if they know nothing about due process or nothing about the ending of slavery, that they will see in our modern foreign policy not one bought or paid for, not one skewed against what is right, but they will see women actively engaged, being an inspiration and role model to the fighting activists around the world, fighting against slavery that still exists around the world, human trafficking, the indignities of lack of freedoms, the lack of human rights, and certainly the lack of women voices being heard. This Her Power session has had mighty speakers, of whom all I respect and appreciate, but the greatest actors are here in the room. The question is, will you accept the biblical charge when things are awry in the world? As a woman, will you stand up and say, "Send me, send me"? Thank you all so very much for taking a moment to listen to me, and congratulations for your presence here today. And I believe there's a bunch of you that will go where needed to make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Congresswoman Jackson Lee. It was a real pleasure and honor to listen to you and to have you address her power. Ladies and gentlemen, onwards to our next panel. This one's very exciting as well. It is called Women as Change Agents, and it's all about building more inclusive industries to get in the corporate world to make it easier for women to rise up and to increase the number of women in leadership roles in industry. And I have an excellent panel to discuss all of these things. And I'm going to introduce them as they walk up on stage. We've got Catherine Kaufman, who is the Managing Director for Global Women's Initiatives at OPIC, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. Round of applause for her, please. We've also got Susanna Mudge, who is the CEO of Chemonics International. Real pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much. And last, but certainly not least, we have Alexandra Solomon. She is the Senior Research Analyst at the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. So a round of applause for all three of our panelists. Thank you very much for joining us. Grab a mic, grab a seat, and here we go. This is a topic that is really interesting. It's very close to some of the work that FP does as well. And FP's analytics team has actually been working on a study, the Women as Leaders of Change study, which is going to come out at the start of 2020. And I mean, in their report, what they're looking to try and understand is how women in traditionally male-dominated industries are advancing positive changes with respect to business growth, environmental sustainability, and social responsibilities. So look out for that report when it comes out. But I want to start this session with you, Ali, because for the longest time, we all know the moral imperative, which is that it is good to have more women in leadership roles. However, the moral imperative does not always work, as we know from a range of things. But it turns out that it is also good business to have women in leadership roles. There are good economic incentives. Can you explain a little bit about that, and also why then we are not able to have more women in leadership roles? Ali.
Great, thank you for the question. First, I wanted to give a shout out to the foreign policy team that we've been working with on this study. So Yuchin and Allison have been amazing, and to Diana Marrero, who put together this fabulous event. So I guess I'd like to frame the conversation by starting with some of our preliminary findings from the study. So the study is, we've analyzed 2,300 companies across 14 different male-dominated industries. And these are industries that are receiving increasing pressure to revamp their sustainability measures, human rights practices, harm reduction, et cetera. So looking at oil and gas, mining, construction, plastics, tobacco, alcohol. So our interest is in looking at how women can be levers for change in these industries. So our quantitative work is comparing women's representation across employees, management, and boards, and comparing that to profitability and ESG performance. So that is essentially making the business case. And then our qualitative research will be interviews with women across industries and with subject matter experts to understand how women are using their positions, where can they be best placed, how can they be supported in order to support sustainable development in these industries. So I just wanted to give a couple quick statistics. Based on the 2,300 companies that we've analyzed so far, preliminarily, we've seen that companies with greater gender diversity were actually, in management, were 46% more profitable than those companies with the least amount of gender diversity of the pool that we've selected. Also, companies with greater gender diversity on boards had overall ESG ratings that were 79% higher, which is pretty incredible. This is the first study of its kind. And then just another quick stat, looking at the tobacco industry specifically, there are 30% women on boards in Europe, 19% in Asia, and only 16% in North America. So it's a geographic issue as well as a sectoral one.
Wow. I find that data to be so powerful and convincing, and yet, clearly it isn't already moving the needle. So Susie, you've had such a storied corporate career, you're a CEO. So tell us, do you think data like that, how do you think it would change the conversation?
I think it empowers. Anytime you're working with facts, and data is always very, very important, it gives you something to start from. And also it allows you to make both that moral but also factual argument. At Chemonics, we are about 65% female employees in our Greater Washington office. Wow. We're 5,000 strong around the world, and I do think that the role models being very deliberate about how we can ensure that all people can succeed, but particularly ensuring that we have representation of gender, ethnic, race, everything is very important, particularly at the leadership level. So how do you go about and deliberately make that happen?
And so tell us a little bit more about your journey, because you're a CEO. I can only imagine that you've encountered all of these hurdles to get to where you did. Talk us through some of those, and I imagine there are many people here as well who'd like to learn lessons from those, how you've overcome those hurdles.
No, I think it's a great question, and reflecting on it, it's just, and I think it's something women do a lot, is that we underestimate our own potential. And so I think that has often been sort of that unconscious barrier that we ourselves put on ourselves. I think through my journey, my professional journey, and it comes down to mentorship, being an ally, and also as what I call tapping. And tapping for me is where you deliberately tap on somebody and say, I really think you can do this job, or I think you could be a future leader of this organization. What can we do together to help prepare you for that journey? I know that was what actually encouraged me the first time I applied to be a senior vice president at Chemonics, was because somebody actually said to me, Susie, I think you're ready. You really should put yourself forward. I said, no, I'm not ready. But it planted the seed, and 2 years later, when an opening happened at the senior level, I then applied, and the rest is history. That was 20 years ago. But I think doing that deliberately, and I work with other members of my executive team to ensure that we are continuously grooming and looking out for and facilitating the growth of our leadership. I'm proud to say that Chemonics, now 50% of our executive team are female. They also represent many diversity, elements of diversity. I am super proud that we have just named our first woman of color to our leadership team, because that, I think, is also an area where we must continue to work to ensure we have the widest representation of culture, ethnic, gender, because unless people see someone like them at a leadership level, they never quite feel that it's relevant for them. So,
thank you for that. And let me build on that with Katie. What's your sense of how you can increase the number of women in leadership positions? How do you groom them? How do you mentor them? How do you create pathways that are clear for them to be able to rise up? What are the tangible steps that need to be taken?
Okay, so how do you create more women in leadership? I don't think that there is a stronger lever to change human behavior than money, right?
I think we just lost your audio for a second.
They didn't like that comment. Money is very powerful. I do believe that it is. And I work at a place where we invest in emerging markets. When Ravi kindly introduced me at OPIC, could anyone in the audience raise their hand if they know what OPIC is? What an incredible audience. Okay, great. So we use money to create jobs in markets where the private sector otherwise wouldn't go. For the first time, we've been around since 1971. For the first time since the history of this development agency has existed, we are now saying that women matter in our investments. So how do we get more women in leadership? From an investor perspective, because of the data that Ali was talking about, because of the experience that Susie was mentioning, we are now saying, as investors, we are going to include a gender analysis into our financial analysis to get to a better decision. And if you're working in an agriculture in Guatemala, and we know that 80% of your workforce is women, and those women are the most at risk of any women in the world to be victims of gender-based violence. 1 in 3 of these women are victims. Do you think they're going to be the most productive they can be if they're getting beat up on the way to work? Well, this is just an IRR question when we're doing our due diligence. How many women are in your management? Are you protecting your workforce? And if the answer is that we have tons of women working in the workforce and not one woman in management, from an investor perspective, we're going to ask them to change that.
That's a really good point. How can women be change makers at various levels, obviously? Because, like, let's say you're not at the top, you're somewhere in the middle. What are the steps that you think are the most powerful ones that those women can take, Susie?
Oh, if there's only one. I mean, I think it's reflecting on what steps that they could take. I mean, I think it's creating an enabling environment, and so how do you ensure that they have every opportunity to succeed in their specific position? In the development space, I say women are very effective change agents, just as men are as well. But they work with different conditions, different encouragement. And so, how do you ensure that your policies and your practices are really allowing both men and women to succeed? And so I think specifically in the case of women, and certainly in those countries where we're working, I never underestimate the power of being a role model. Just a couple weeks ago, I had the opportunity to travel to visit our teams in Lebanon and Tunisia, and even unintentionally, I was traveling with a group of 4 women leaders, and we were on a panel. And I am still today receiving feedback from our female employees about how powerful that in and of itself was to them as employees of a large international organization. So we can't underestimate even that visual, but more importantly, the responsibility that brings.
So there's mentorship, there's clearly the financial imperative, which hopefully through data will become clearer and become more of an incentive for people in leadership to make their companies more diverse, and I mean diverse in every sense of the word. What are other best practices in the corporate sector that could be adopted, that people need to know more about? Ali, why don't I put that to you?
Great. So in our work and the project that we're working on with foreign policy, we've been focused not on self-advocacy, which is incredibly important, but we're focused on systems change, on institutional change. So I think while it is important for women to understand how to promote themselves and how to get allies within the workspace, having male allies is a huge deal. I think what's important is getting laws on the books, getting policies on paper.
What kind of laws are you talking about?
I would say part of the reason why I'm so excited about this study is the opportunity for policymakers to use our data. For example, I found a particularly horrific statistic on the gender pay gap in the UK. There's one tobacco company with UK subsidiaries that has a 34% gender pay gap in salaries and 67% in bonuses. And the only reason why I was able to access this information is because the UK requires companies of 250 employees or more to report specifically upon their pay gap. So if we had more policies like this globally, then we would be able to get the data that we need in order to change the system. So you have it at the state level, the national level, I hope at the multinational level. We've heard from panelists from UN Women, they're doing incredible work. And then within organizations, the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World, we have an incredible gender policy that's applied to all of our projects, practices, and policies. So it's making sure that all of these issues are mainstreamed on paper, and that you have commitment at all levels of the organization, not just the people that are affected by it, but senior leadership, CEOs like Susie, et cetera. So yeah, it's a commitment, and I think it's institutional change.
Yeah, you know, and I used to work in TV before I came to FP, and I remember at the BBC and at CNN in the UK, in part because of that requirement to disclose gender pay gaps, I have many colleagues who were able to advocate for equal pay simply because of that transparency. So that's really important. I do want to open this up at some stage to get some questions from you in the audience as well, instead of only listening to me. But before I do that, and as you prepare a question or two, let me ask you, Katie, a question that, you know, at this time is important to ask, and it might sound naive, but what can men do better? Like, what would you like to see from men in the workplace to encourage more diversity in leadership at the top?
I think there's two things. One may surprise you that I say. I think women have a lot to do too. I have found that when we have conferences and events like this, raise your hand if you're a male in the audience. Thank you for coming. We're mostly talking to women.
But I wish there were more.
Right, and I think that's on us. That's on the people that are organizing, because as a female, when I attend these and I say, wow, it was an all-female panel, we wouldn't want an all-male panel, and the response is, yeah, well, you know, it's a pipeline issue. How many women get annoyed when people say it's a pipeline issue? You have to be intentional. You have to reach out, and you have to advocate, and just that intentionality, I think, is so important. The other thing that I think would make the biggest difference is taking a step back and asking the question. So for us at the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, when we launched this women's initiative, I pitched it. It is a $1 billion initiative. Okay, so it's the single largest financing commitment that the United States has ever made to women globally. And I pitched it to our board. We have a 16-person board, half private sector, half public sector. And I make this pitch to loud applause. Everyone is so supportive. And I look at that board, 16 people, one woman rolling off. She was an Obama appointee, so now she's rolling off. Like, I can't go to Uganda and say, and now we want you to have 30% female board representation. And so I think a lot of being able to, without a finger point, if men are able to take a step back and just ask that question, am I talking to all men right now? And I guarantee the overwhelming response will be yes. And I think that if men could just have that, am I speaking to all men, and can I change that, it would make a really big difference.
Well, hopefully the men who are here are going to tweet out what you just said. But you raise a very good point in that we shouldn't really just see this through the lens of gender or as a women's issue. It's a human rights issue. It is, and there are so many reasons why it is good in and of itself to be fostering more diversity right at the very top. Let's take some questions from the audience very quickly. If you can raise your hand, and then we'll make sure someone gets to you with a mic. I'm not seeing any hands raised, and that's likely because you're shy. I can keep going. I see a hand. Is there a hand? There you go. Okay, I can see you now. Mike's headed your way. So if you could tell us your name and your question.
Sure. My name is Delilah Khalid, and I've been working in the international development and foreign policy arena for some time. And I have a question for you, since your work, all of you, kind of straddles both the international development and the foreign policy arena. What can we do, practically speaking, to merge our foreign policy and international development approaches so that beyond talking about mentoring and access, you made some very good points. We need money and we need policies. Without the laws and without the incentives to trigger change, it's not going to happen. Yes, we need to support each other, mentor each other, prop each other up on each other's shoulders, but beyond that, without that level of enforcement, the change isn't going to happen as rapidly as we need it to do, and no one in this room is going to wait 200 years, which is what people are projecting. So what can we do practically from the development and foreign policy side in tandem to affect that change on a structural level more quickly? Sorry, I know it was a long question.
And that's okay.
Just setting
And
the
your-
context.
Your question, was it directed at anyone in particular? The panel?
Chemonics in particular and OPIC.
Sure. Susie, would you like to take that?
Well, I think what you're asking is, are there specific either policies or practices that we as an organization or we as advocates for the industry can do? And one of the things that I know we've been working very hard on, and I'm really proud that USAID has just now removed salary history as part of the salary settings for anyone who's working in the industry, because that just opens and allows not to ensure you continue the pay gap, but rather you're paying for the job. And so that took probably 5 years of very direct lobbying or advocacy on the industry's behalf that we've been certainly behind. It is something that even we're trying to do within the organization is change the way we structure our jobs so that it's no longer your salary history that will determine what you're being paid, but what is the job that you're going to do. So I think there's elements of that we can do, but there's just nothing that is as powerful as when you have a diverse group in front of you that is demonstrating and or serving in very critical roles. There's just nothing, and whether it's policy, whether it's practice, whether it's encouragement, or just supporting that next person coming up, there's just nothing that can stop. I mean, that is so powerful when it happens.
Thank you. Well, unfortunately, it looks like we're out of time because we've been running a little bit over. So I'd like you all to give a round of applause to our excellent panelists, Katie Kaufman of OPIC, Susie Mudge of Chemonics, Ali Solomon of Smoke Free World. Thank you very much for your time and your insights and your mentorship, and I'm sure you're going to get mobbed as soon as you walk outside. So thank you very much. I'd now like to call on stage a colleague and a friend who does amazing work at FP. She's a deputy editor. She writes FP's South Asia Brief, and she is an encyclopedia, really, of all kinds of things. And she's going to introduce our next session and our next set of speakers. So I'd like to invite on stage Katie Salam, please.
We're going to start wrapping up the program today with a very quick conversation with Karen Clark Cole, and then a lightning round with several young and... Hello? Okay, sorry, I have been warned that I'm supposed to hold this very close to my mouth, but I did not heed that call. I will do better now. We're going to start wrapping up today's program with a brief Q&A with Karen Clark Cole, and then lightning round talks with a couple of very inspiring young activists. So I have with me Karen Clark Cole, who is the co-founder of Blink, a research and design firm, where her leadership has won her in 2016 the Enterprising Woman of the Year Award, among many other accolades. She writes a column for Forbes. She's been profiled for Inc. magazine, and she's also a member of the Small Giants community and the International Leadership Association. And if all that weren't enough, she also co-founded and runs a nonprofit called Girls Can Do, which is an event series for young women. So Karen, thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me. It's a great honor.
Yeah, it's an honor to talk to you too. So you co-founded Blink in 2000. In the 19 years that you've been running and growing the business, what's the most surprising thing you've learned about that process?
There are many surprising things along the way, but I think in context of the folks who are here today, I used to come to events like this and get all riled up and think that I had to go home and quit my day job and get into politics. And then it dawned on me one day, it was really an epiphany that as an entrepreneur and a business owner, I I can actually make anything up, including a good working condition, a good policy, or a good law within our company. And so I got busy creating a great family leave policy in our company that was really much more progressive than any law would be. And it goes on and on, including pay equity and gender equality. And what I do now is hold my fellow business colleagues accountable for the same thing and remind them that they also don't have to wait for a law. So that was something that was exciting and surprising for me that I didn't expect.
Well, it must also be a lesson that you're trying to pass on to your own children, which you've had since you've been running the company.
Sure.
What's the most challenging part about balancing motherhood and all of your...
Yeah, the challenge is time management for sure, and the way I do that is, I call it being fully present. And so it's important to me that when I'm here, when I'm with my daughter, when I'm at work, whatever it is, when I'm taking a vacation, that I'm really fully present in that moment and focused on what I'm doing. And that also was a bit of an epiphany for me. When my daughter was a toddler, I spent the weekend many times, but one time with her, and we were on the ground looking at bugs the whole weekend, and I was really with her in the moment. And come Monday, I could describe my weekend in extremely great detail, and I had very vivid memory of the weekend. And when the opposite was true, when I was thinking about work, or I had my phone available, or I was sort of half there, I couldn't tell you what I did at all on Monday. I had no idea what happened on the weekend. And it was a big awareness for me at that moment that being fully present is not just great for me and for my daughter, but for my employees and the company, and for anyone I'm talking to just in general in life. And so I really, at work, there's no phone, there's no computer. I sit in a chair next to anyone that I'm meeting with, and as a result, I have a much better experience. It helps me run a company better, and they have a better experience as an employee because they feel heard and therefore valued. And so I think my daughter actually taught me all the lessons when it comes to that.
Well, and now you're passing the lessons on to other people with the startup you founded. So what was the inspiration for Girls Can Do? And tell us about some people that you've worked with.
Sure. So for Girls Can Do, it's an event series for girls. It's like TED Talks for girls that I founded about 6 years ago. And it came out of, I would continually get phone calls saying, hey, what's it like being a woman CEO in a high-tech company? And you're the only one. And I thought, well, I'm not the only one. There's loads of them. And then I would do sort of similar to what the senator was saying. I would give them a list of, you should call these 10 women, and they're really great, and they're right next door. And it would kind of go on and on like that. And I realized that I had to create awareness for what was out there because people weren't seeing it because they had a limiting belief that it wasn't there, so they didn't see it. And so I kind of took it to the extreme and very much not on purpose, and gradually, which became I talk about a snowball that turned into a giant moving object. I wanted to showcase women doing great things, and mostly women who are just regular women doing extraordinary things. All of you here in the room would be great speakers. And what I wanted to be able to do is kind of turn the stats that I was hearing and the news about the status of equality in women the other way around and say, let's just, okay, we have a long way to go, but let's look at the progress that we've made, and let's talk about what's going well and what is working. And that way we can give girls a vision to move towards instead of scaring them into doing nothing, was my fear. And so I just sort of gradually started talking and finding women in Seattle where I live who I thought would be good people that are off the radar, essentially. And I was going to have a little event in my office where I invited some girls, and we would talk about some cool and interesting careers and some great ways to make a difference. And before I know it, I had rented the Seattle Symphony Hall, and we had 600 girls and 12 speakers. And it snowballed from there. So after that, there was more events and thousands of girls. And what I didn't expect out of that actually was for the speakers, it was equally as empowering because they had an opportunity to share their story with girls. And what we really focus on is resiliency, building resiliency. And so the speakers all talk about failure, hard starts, where they've had obstacles along the way and how they either walked around the obstacle or, broke the ceiling or whatever they had to do to make their way, so that the girls could see that success is rarely handed on a silver platter and that it really is a lot of hard work. But also give them a little bit of encouragement. And so at the end of the day, the idea was that they would become inspired by at least one of the speakers, and they sort of crack open a little bit of what's their vision of what's possible in the world. So that even if they left after this 5-hour event thinking that one more thing was possible, then, my theory is that if we can get them at the very base level, then they'll become the activists who are coming on stage, and they'll become the change makers in the room here if we can just encourage them that anything is possible with a lot of hard work and support. And so we also talk about who helped these women and who mentored them and how they made it through either hard beginnings, hard starts, whatever it may be.
Are there any events coming up soon?
Well, we're on a little bit of hold right now. I'm fundraising. Which is the hardest thing about a business that I didn't expect. So we'll keep going, but we're in a pause for fundraising right now, and I'm looking for help.
Well, hopefully we can attend an event soon then. Okay, I'll stop right this way. So we're going to move into the lightning round talks with some young women activists. The next women up on stage are all making their voices heard in their own community, and sorry, is it better? Yeah. They're all making their voices heard in their own community, and now they're going to make them heard among the audience in this room. We've asked them each to give a brief TED-style talk about what inspires them, what they would like the people in this room to understand about their work, and what their message is for their peers. So first up, we have Tarina Ahuja. She's co-founder and director of Young Khalsa Girls, a grassroots nonprofit that empowers young women. She's also founder and director of Advocate App, a digital mobilization platform that I believe is launching very soon.
Yes. 3.7 billion and 27. There are 3.7 billion women in the world, and 27 of them are heads of states. Oftentimes, I wonder about their stories. When I was little, the one question I was never able to answer is the classic, what do you want to be when you grow up? You see, I can never bring myself to say the words, I want to be a politician. We're at a critical turning point in our world. Policies are changing, new voices are being heard, and ideas are being catalyzed, but one thing seems to be missing. And in my opinion, that thing is intersectional leadership. With the World Economics Forum telling us that we have 200 years before we see full gender equality, it's more important now than ever to make sure that we as a community are acting. What's my story? I'm a Sikh and I'm a woman, but I'm also a Sikh woman, and I've experienced many unique experiences because of this. And to me, that's what intersectionality means. It's how our identifiers blend and compound to shape our experience in this world. Why does it matter? 83% of differently abled women will be sexually assaulted in their lifetime, and Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die during childbirth. All of these women have important stories that need to be told. When I was in 9th grade, I had just come back from the Women's March, and I was brimming with enthusiasm when one auntie came up to me and told me that I shouldn't be talking about politics, that I should just leave it to the guys, and that no one would want to see a brown, Sikh woman on their screens because they wouldn't be able to trust her. Initially, I was hurt, but then I was thankful because I realized that the opposite of what she said was true. It's more vital now than ever to make sure we have new voices on our screens and at the desks where decisions are made, whether this be brown Sikh women, or Indigenous women, or transgender women, or women from different socioeconomic statuses. Because the truth is, when all different stories are not just heard, but amplified, we will finally be able to start addressing the global challenges we are seeing today. This message was solidified for me when I attended Running Start's high school leadership program. Running Start is an organization that makes sure that young women know that they belong in politics. It was listening to their intersectionality panel that I first saw the power of my voice. Following the program, I organized a rally called the Rally to Reunite Against the Family Separation Policy. And during this, I saw a need for young activists to have a mobile platform to mobilize, which led me to create Advocate App, an app that's actually launching this week and gives individuals a platform to make their voices heard on the issues that they care about. The world is screaming for new leaders that aren't afraid to push the envelope and share their unique, intersected stories. So my message is this: Take risks, but at the same time, allow yourself some grace. Be fearless and imaginative, but welcome in failure as a stepping stone on the way to innovation. Everyone has a story. Your story matters. Your voice matters. So, claim your spot, tell your story, and together we can make 27 a tiny number of the past.
Thanks, Tarina. This is, why I'm an editor rather than a speaker. That was excellent. Next up, we have Laura Julia Fleischman, who has been involved with Girl Up for several years. Girl Up supports UN programs for young women's health, safety, and leadership. So please come on up.
You can use it. Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Hi everyone, my name is Laura Julia Fleischman and I'm a 15-year-old gender equality advocate. In 2017, I attended my very first Girl Up Leadership Summit. Girl Up, for those who don't know, is a United Nations Foundation initiative that works to eradicate global gender inequality. When I first attended the Leadership Summit, I came with a hunger to learn and to fight for women's rights. But little did I know I was going to be surrounded by leaders my own age who were changing the world. The room I was in was packed with hundreds of diverse girls with different stories that they needed to share. I was inspired by the young women that I got to speak with who shared their stories with me. I got to hear from girls who've had to overcome so much to fight for what they believe in, but despite this, they get up every morning and they continue fighting because they know what they have to say is important. What inspires me is that in the fight for gender equality, girls from different backgrounds bring together our uniqueness and our different stories to the table as we fight for a world where all girls can go to school, where all girls can get the medical attention they need, and where all girls can have access to the programs that boys can. Being a part of an organization like Girl Up means many things. It means that I get to be connected to leaders in over 100 different countries fighting for the same things I am. It means that I'm able to use my voice, and instead of hoping someone will listen, I know someone will. It means that I get to be a part of life-changing opportunities and programs that help uplift girls in Liberia, Guatemala, Uganda, Ethiopia, India, and Malawi. But what inspires me most is that it means that I get to be a part of an ever-growing global movement that mobilizes and empowers young women. Today I have the privilege to stand up on the stage and talk to you, but other women do not and unfortunately will not have this opportunity. What I sincerely hope you do as our world leaders is make an effort to listen to girls whose stories are not told. They aren't voiceless. In fact, it's the opposite. They're screaming. We just won't listen. Listen to the girls fighting for their communities. Listen to the girls who may tell you what you don't want to hear. My message to leaders in the audience is to come to young people, not just for publicity, but to actually hear what we have to say. The constant connectivity of the world and the 24/7 news cycle, it's a lot to deal with. From racial inequality to gender inequality to the climate crisis to gun violence in our schools and streets, it's a lot. But the youth don't just accept what's going on. We move and we mobilize. We spark change and we create global movements. What you adults now have to do is open your ears and your minds to our thoughts and ideas, and most importantly, actually listen and help us advance change. What I would say to young girls who are just like I was before I found Girl Up, my advice is to understand the value that you bring to the table. Don't be afraid to say what you think, even if your truth makes others shift in their seats. You have a story to tell, and that has value. Talk about what you care about. Speak loudly, even if others don't want you to. And find your community where you feel empowered and excited to continue working for your cause. For me, Girl Up is a place where I was able to find my community. I was able to speak loudly and to feel heard. What I hope most for everyone in this room, regardless of age, is that you continue to feel heard. To be a woman leader is to be courageous and it is to be bold. And I'm grateful to have women like you paving the way for me and other girls. So one day, this room can be twice the size, filled with even more women making incredible change. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Unami Jeremiah, who's a writer, a speaker, and a convener, and has been an advocate for gender equality for over a decade. She's also a blogger for Afroversations, which is a storytelling platform that she created. So please come. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to take a moment to imagine that it's the year 2059. For the first time ever, women have achieved pay equity. There is celebration all around, except for women of color. In the year 2059, black women like me would have to wait 60 more years before we can achieve pay equity. For Hispanic and Latinx women, they have to wait 165 years more. This is not the kind of future that I want. And African women, these numbers have really bothered me. And at the same time, they have ignited my passion for women's economic empowerment. I believe that the intersection of gender, race, age, class, and the economy is important because intersectionality matters. As a mom, I want to change the dialogue around care work so that women who choose to raise their children like I did are visible, they're audible, and they can transition back to paid work. As young women, we see women who are in leadership positions as role models. But we don't know these women. We want to know their stories. We want to know how they did it. We are looking up to you for advice, for strategies, for tools, for support. But we cannot access your space. We cannot access your power. It is so hard. We work so hard to the point of burnout. And to the young women who are in this room or who are watching the live stream, I want to say self-care is an integral part of your work. It's okay to take a day off, 1 week off, because you need to rest. It's okay to say no to an invitation because you need your rest, or simply because that invitation is not part of your expertise. It's okay to say no. Because we need to learn to recognize tokenism and say no to it. As we grow as young women activists, I urge you not to change. Don't trade your integrity or your passion for anything. Your one specific cause that has brought you into this platform or into the limelight must be what holds you together. I think during a lot of times we've seen young women who would come into spaces championing a single cause. And then the next thing they're here and there and there, and then after a while we don't know what is it that you are advocating for. And I look around this room and I say to the leaders that are in this room, it's time to be very intentional about your leadership. You need to set the tone of your organization and where you want to see it go. I encourage you to let your board of directors, your program staff, your panels, your committees, your hiring personnel to mirror the people whom you were appointed to serve. Continue to drive for secure workspaces and enforce paid family leave and zero tolerance to sexual harassment and to bullying in the workplace. Because diversity must be more than just ticking a compliance box. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie, and thank you, ladies. I think the future will indeed be empowered. So thank you all for joining us. To wrap up the program, I'd like to call on stage the Honorable Rita Claveri Descioli, the Permanent Representative of Guatemala to the Organization of American States, and the Chair of the Permanent Council of the OAS. She has brief remarks with some of her key takeaways, insights from the day's discussion, and she'll also provide a few practical strategies and commitments to achieve meaningful progress on gender equality. Ambassador, thank you.
Señoras y señores, inicio mi intervención con un saludo particular a las destacadas mujeres cuya lucha incansable por la equidad hacen posible este evento. Es para mí un honor participar en esta sesión de la Cumbre Mundial de las Mujeres, Global Women's Summit, que nos reúne para conocer e inspirarnos por las líderes femeninas más importantes del mundo. Además, me siento honrada de estar rodeada de las voces emergentes y pioneras que son el presente de la innovación y la transformación en el sector público y privado. Agradezco a Foreign Policy y a la Comisión Interamericana de Mujeres CIM de la Organización de los Estados Americanos con el nuevo liderazgo de su Secretaría Ejecutiva, así como a todos los patrocinadores que hacen posible este evento. Este es un valioso espacio para dialogar sobre cómo combatir las barreras estructurales y las brechas de oportunidades que continúan limitando el potencial de las niñas y mujeres en todo el mundo, destacando la equidad de género que actúa como una fuerza catalizadora para el progreso político y económico. Sin duda alguna, hacerme partícipe de esta actividad representa una enorme responsabilidad por mi identidad de mujer, por ser parte del 50% de la población femenina que conforma Guatemala y sobre todo porque tengo la oportunidad y el honor de servir como representante permanente de Guatemala ante la OEA y como tal es mi deber gestionar, coordinar y ejecutar la política exterior, pero respondiendo a los intereses no solo del Estado de Guatemala, sino también en el contexto interamericano. Para mí también es un honor ser la presidenta del Consejo Permanente de la OEA, por el significado que encierra estar frente al foro político más relevante del hemisferio. Tengo presente la responsabilidad que conlleva ser parte de este diálogo, que tiene lugar en esta organización a fin de lograr un orden de paz y justicia, fomentar la solidaridad de los Estados americanos, fortalecer y robustecer su colaboración y defender su soberanía, su integridad territorial y su independencia. Es un gusto para mí compartir la experiencia de que a mi país le corresponde presidir, además del Consejo Permanente, el Consejo Interamericano para el Desarrollo Integral CIDI, de esta organización. Esta circunstancia, quiero comentarles, que se presenta de una doble presidencia cada 24 años. Y en ese marco, Guatemala valora esa coincidencia como una oportunidad para afianzar el vínculo y la coordinación estratégica entre los distintos órganos y espacios de esta organización y promover con esa responsabilidad que también tenemos, por supuesto, las mujeres, de propiciar y promover la inclusión social con equidad que contribuya al desarrollo sostenible en las Américas. En el marco del trabajo de la OEA, cabe destacar a la Comisión Interamericana de Mujeres, CIM, a nivel hemisférico y el impulso que ofrece la Convención de Belén do Pará, que cumple este año 25 años. En el marco del trabajo de la OEA, es importante reflexionar sobre los avances que hemos logrado en la consolidación de los derechos de las mujeres y la igualdad de género, así como los desafíos persistentes sobre el empoderamiento y el pleno ejercicio de nuestros derechos, incluyendo la inserción en el mercado laboral, en la vida política y en la diplomacia. Señoras y señores, esta cumbre es una oportunidad para reconocernos en la diversidad y bajo una identidad común. Somos mujeres, mujeres que están irrumpiendo con paso firme en espacios de poder. Tenemos por delante muchos desafíos. Hablar de empoderamiento de la mujer y erradicar las brechas de desigualdad existentes es un asunto que deben atender los estados. Debemos recordar también que promover la igualdad de derechos inicia en el seno de nuestras familias para empezar a transitar del discurso a la acción. En Guatemala, las mujeres representan el 51% de la población, estimada entre unos 15 y casi 16 millones de habitantes. Hemos dado pasos importantes para la construcción de una agenda más incluyente, teniendo como ejemplo la creación de leyes como la de desarrollo integral de las mujeres, el Plan de Equidad de Oportunidades 2008-2023, la Ley para erradicar la violencia intrafamiliar, violencia sexual, femicidio y otras formas de violencia. Reconocemos que para alcanzar el empoderamiento económico de las mujeres es necesario lograr que la misma economía las beneficie y les brinde oportunidades para que puedan emprender y aportar en nuevos espacios. Debemos contribuir a que más mujeres estén en espacios de tomas de decisión. Es por ello que celebramos que las instituciones se comprometan con estos espacios que permitan visibilizar y destacar el talento, el liderazgo, la fuerza y el poderío de las mujeres. Señoras y señores, hoy es un día propicio para escuchar a todas las mujeres y niñas y reconocer el potencial de las futuras líderes para apoyarlas y acompañarlas. Debemos trabajar para hacer políticas y agendas más incluyentes, para transformar las economías y para lograr la inclusión financiera de las mujeres y así convertirnos en mentoras de nuestros futuros líderes y lideresas. En ese sentido, quienes formamos parte de la Organización de los Estados Americanos, estamos comprometidas para alcanzar la meta de más derechos para más personas y, por supuesto, para más mujeres. Para concluir, hago mías las palabras de Mary Shelley. No deseo que las mujeres tengan más poder sobre los hombres, sino que tengamos más poder sobre nosotras mismas, ya que somos agentes de cambio, conductoras del progreso y hacedoras de la paz. Muchísimas gracias por su atención. Muy buenas tardes.
Thank you, Ambassador. And that brings us to the end of our program here at the OAS. For those of you who pre-registered for the IMF seminar with Kristalina Georgieva, the new IMF Managing Director, please proceed promptly to HQ1 at the IMF. You can find FP staff members wearing red badges who can help guide the way. It's a little under a half a mile. And as a reminder, only those of you who pre-registered will be able to join us for security reasons. On behalf of Foreign Policy, our partners at the IMF and OAS, our sponsors Visa, the Carlyle Group, Cayenne Pepper Productions, and the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World, I'd like to thank all of you in the room and those of you who tuned in to the live stream. If you missed any portion of today's discussion, the full event video will be available shortly on foreignpolicy.com. And please stay tuned for future Her Power convenings, research, and coverage on our Her Power channel. So I thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
For those who are coming to the IMF, we'll be walking up 19th Street. I'll be holding this handy little sign. You can follow us up if you're registered. Thank you.